Folks, good morning. This might not be working. Hold on. Nope, it's working. Okay, great. I don't know what to expect today, and we'll start talking a little bit more specifics here once we get going. Unable to connect. Hold on here, something's broken. Having some problems with something here. Sorry. I don't know why this is like this. Just one moment here. One of our endpoints is not accepting the stream for some reason, and there's no reason for that. But we've got a snowstorm kind of happening. It's kind of garbage here. Let's see if that works. Well, I guess we'll see. So this is ridiculous. Sorry, guys. I apologize. This is not how this is supposed to work. All right, we'll just go with it. So I kind of think that we've got a dud of an event here for this area, in my opinion. I think last night was the main event. For you folks that were watching, it's a good thing because this looks like garbage today. I'm gonna go down and make some passes, I guess, in the area. Maybe head back down toward Erie. I'm in the town of Northeast, which is northeast of Erie. Pretty much the same thing. And we'll make some passes around. I think the real event is probably up there off of Lake Ontario. A lot of people keep insisting that I go to that event. I'm going to be honest with you guys. We've got a potential mega storm. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but we've got a hell of a snowstorm coming.
1 motor vehicle accident, Carroll Hill Road and Route 426. Corey, DLS 31 motor vehicle accident, Carroll Hill Road and Route 426.
Got a potential pretty significant winter storm here on tap for, well, I guess winter storm watches in Kansas go into effect Saturday, but let's just say, peak Sunday, Monday time frame. And that could be anywhere from Kansas all the way through central Illinois. So I'm not really into driving another 3 to 4 hours to the east to go see a couple inches of snow, and then having a 2-day drive to go see an actual snowstorm. So a lot of comments this morning and viewers and stuff really upset that I'm not out there. Well, number one, I apologize, but number two, guys, it's just not. There's no reason to. I mean, this is really not. For us to be. We'll go down 89 for a little bit here. I have no idea why the stream dropped there. That was ridiculous. What is going on? Okay, weird. I don't think all the modems booted up yet for some reason. But yeah, I have got to. Some of you may have heard in the background there. I have got to delete Snapchat. I have a Snapchat account, but for some reason, somehow a bunch of people on the internet, and I think they're viewers, and no offense, folks, but my parents somehow got my Snapchat handle, and like every time I go live, I start getting all these requests from people. Please don't. It's really weird. I don't know why people are doing that. It's kind of weird. I've got to get rid of that and get it off my phone. I'm so sick of hearing it go off. But I think last night was the big show, honestly. At least for this area. We got that quick dump, but I mean, Radar Omega still shows heavy snow showers in the vicinity. So we'll tool around a little bit, and then, like I said, I'm mostly interested in the central U.S. potential snow mega storm, whatever we want to call it, Sunday, Monday time frame. So if I go out there to the Lake Ontario lake effect, 3 hours east of here, see, we're getting into some snow now. Then we run into the problem of, okay, now it's going to take me 2 days of driving. Yeah, it's like, all right, so we've got snow here, right? What's another 6 to 8 inches? Whoop-de-doo. Because most of the snow out here is going to come over the course of a few days, all the way through Sunday, and we're not sitting out the central U.S. snowstorm for this stuff up here. That's for sure. Because anybody who lives in this area knows that there's 2 different kinds of lake effect snow events. There's your average whoop-de-doo, nobody cares lake effect snow events, and then you've got your, holy shit, this is the most snow I've ever seen in my life snow event. And this is not one of those events. But those lake effect snow warnings do remain in place here. And could see another 6 to 8 inches of snow today. It's like we talked about last night. In an ideal world, if it wasn't a winter storm, if we were talking about tornadoes and severe weather, I might be a little bit more inclined to take that risk and head up there to the Lake Ontario event and still cover the central U.S. event, but it's just not worth it for snow, because then you run into the problem of you can't always just leave because of travel concerns, bad road conditions and stuff. So you can't get ballsy and stupid with this. I feel like there was a lot of, and I'm not saying it's the viewer's fault, but there were a lot of comments yesterday and early this morning that was kind of making me think, like, you guys trying to get me to die in a car wreck or something? Or holy smokes. Just because other people do it doesn't mean it's a good idea. I'm not sure if other people are doing it. It's just some of the comments were saying, oh, so-and-so's doing it. Well, good for them. Good for them. If they want to spend the next 5 to 7 days of their life, 12 hours in a car each day, more power to them. But I don't. I got a business to run, so. But, and that also brings me to my next topic. Beyond this central U.S. snowstorm, we might have a severe weather event, or believe it or not, some snow down there in the Gulf Coast states. So, I mean, imagine getting even just a half an inch of snow along I-20. I mean, that's going to be... I would want to be there for that, just to say that I was there. So, it's we have to plan for the event after this one, too, because there might be... This might be event number 1. Event number 2 is the central U.S. storm. Then there's probably an event number 3 come Thursday, Friday, Saturday time frame. So it looks like an active 7-day period of weather here, which is good because it's been kind of boring lately. I mean, it's just been nothing but lake effect snow. It's nice to get something different. Look, this moron doesn't have his freaking headlights on. Driving a white truck in a white snowstorm. What a dip. We'll get on 86 unless it looks dry, because it looks like it's dumping snow down here. Go east, and then maybe, I don't know, go north. But thanks for joining, everybody. This highway, I'm sure the interstate's probably clear, but oh, you know what, there is a state route down here, or there's just a regular road. Let's just take the regular road. We'll stay on this because this is getting pretty snow covered here. But you know, and I mentioned it last night too, that I pretty much just about damn near sat this out, and would have been totally fine with that. It's just that the forecast changed a little bit once I got moving. If there was no upcoming events, I'd be all over this, but it's just, this is a little bit of a letdown. I think it was a little bit of a misforecast, you know, including by myself too, but you know, the initial forecast was by 7 p.m. Thursday, which is today, we were expecting like 18 inches of snow in Erie. And, well, it's almost 10 o'clock. So that means we got 9 hours left. And there's like 3 inches of snow. There's maybe more than that, but it don't look like much at all to me. So, and that's okay. I mean, it's hard to forecast snow totals, especially lake effect, because it's very small scale. You know, forecast models just don't pick up on it. You know, you really have to sometimes take a risk with the forecast. So it's not like the Weather Service botched it or anything, because I think all the local media did. It was a collective effort. I think we were all a little bit missed the mark on this one, which is okay. That happens time to time. And I think the people that live out here kind of understand that and expect that too, as people see just how difficult it is to forecast and stuff. And the lake effect snow warning does mention, though, you know, 30 to 40 mile an hour winds, so we could end up with some blowing and drifting out here. I don't know, that'd be kind of cool. Oh, there was a super chat in there. I missed it. Sorry, the chat didn't refresh. All your super chats and PayPal contributions from here on out until further notice are going directly to develop our mobile app, so that we can enhance our streaming capabilities. So, appreciate it, folks. I really hope this guy doesn't turn left, because it's just annoying following him with his lights on. He's not using a blinker, but somebody doesn't use his lights in a snowstorm probably wouldn't use a blinker either, but oh, good. Alright, fantastic. I don't know if I'm on the left or the right side here, but I must be on the right side. This is one of those situations where you don't really know if you're actually on the road or not. One thing I will tell you, though, I've kind of moved more into the long-term goal motivation here with this channel, I guess, for this year. That's why I'm saying the super chats and the PayPal contributions and stuff are going straight to the app development fund, because that's expensive. But I'm really concerned here with this industry, because it seems like I actually had this discussion on the drive out here. I had a phone call, and it turned into a four-way phone call about concern for this industry and the way that it's almost expected that if you're a storm chaser, like it's easier to succeed by doing nothing but talking about yourself and kind of sort of put a little extra salt and pepper on your stories and yourself to look important. And we're a little bit concerned that the YouTube platform is going to die out because of, it's going to become a platform where the best way to get views, which is kind of already happening, is to just be fake. And being honest and true, just like the media, doesn't seem to work anymore. So the best way to think long term is to just keep surviving, but look at what the future is going to be. Is it going to be other platforms? Is it going to be your own platform? But things like that. And there's actually, this is one of the things, folks, and I've told 3 or 4 people, and all but one haven't believed me, but there's actually been talk, folks, because I am friends with somebody who's involved with a competitor live streaming platform that's pretty in and out with this stuff, guys, and there's actually a pretty good chance YouTube, just like TikTok, might be banning live streaming from a mobile application in the coming year or two because of concern with safety. And as you can tell, everything I do is in a car. And that's the risk that you run when you rely on a platform that isn't your own. If they decide to change the rules or close up shop, you are screwed. So if you do not have a backup plan at least sort of in motion, you're going down with it. And I worked way too fucking hard to go down with it. So, and that's not confirmed information, that's just talk, but it's a reliable source. And honestly, guys, I think it's only a matter of time before some of these platforms start cracking down on things that, a sissy might call quote-unquote unsafe, just simply because you have so many people doing dumb things anymore that you almost just have to blanket statement everything. Like, you got people getting in car accidents because they're TikTok living and stuff like that. You have to look at it from the platform's point of view too. Like, it's not a good look for them. So it's definitely possible. Yeah, I can't really I can't grow on Facebook because I just don't do the clickbait stuff. Facebook, you got to do kind of clickbait stuff. It's not. I'm just there to keep it alive. I'll be honest with you though, folks. X. If Elon, buddy, if you're watching this, give me a help guide here. But and in fact, I will donate my time to Elon to develop a better live streaming platform on X. I will donate my time and do everything I'm dead serious. X has the potential to be the world's best live streaming platform, but there's issues for if you're not using the mobile app. So, for example, for me to go live, I got to go in there and generate a stream key every time I want to stream and blah, blah, blah. Like, there's no automation to it. It is a freaking pain. And, if Elon, wants to hear that, get in my Twitter DMs, bud, because there's a huge potential with X because it's so easy to reach people when there's something important happening. If a tornado goes across the stream right now, people are going to start retweeting it. It's going to go everywhere way faster than any other platform. But it's just the live streaming is so geared towards somebody using a phone, and that's okay. But people that do this seriously don't use a phone because it's not good enough. It's really hard for us professionals to stream on X because they have not made a few key changes like static stream keys or I think there is a Twitter or an X API, but I've had a hard time finding it and accessing it. But I need API access. I want to connect it to webhook so I can I could go in there, and when I start my streaming server, if you're not going to let me have a static stream key, at least let your API do it so that I can integrate it. So when I start my streaming server and the 10 to 20 minutes it takes for it to boot up, the API in the background is banging X and giving a stream key that can automatically go into the FFmpeg and start pushing that stream to something like that. Like, give me something to work with. Like, I have no problem developing, but I need something to work with. I just don't have it. So I think I'm streaming on X right now. I don't know if it's working or not, but man, what a pain that was to set up. But I tell you what, guys, I think X is going to be it. YouTube is still, we're not, what the fuck, I don't know, maybe we are. YouTube is still, and probably will be for some time. Guys, we almost got more people on X than we do on YouTube. Unreal. But YouTube is still, you know, I'm not dissing YouTube. It is a fantastic live streaming platform. It's just, you know, it's better for some things than others, let's put it that way. Like the kind of streams that you look at, like Ryan Hall, those kind of sit-down, studio-type broadcasts, YouTube's a perfect place for it. When it's more of this ad hoc, run-and-gun stuff like what I'm doing and other storm chasers are doing, it's not the best. It's well, I tell you what, it's the best right now. And it probably will be, because Twitch refuses to get their heads out of their ass. But you know, it's going places, and we'll see what happens. But the problem is too, and I'll be honest with you guys, like I'm running a business here. You know, I got to pay bills. You know, we've got a streaming app that I'm developing that's going to cost me over $10,000 a month to run. It's $120,000 a year. You know, this ain't a charity, but I don't know how the hell to monetize on X. Like, every now and then I get like $20 from them, but it's like, am I getting monetized right now for people watching my stream? You know, are those people watching my stream, am I getting anything from that? I don't know. I have no idea. And that's kind of a problem. But anyway, like I was saying, see the Storm.net mobile app. There's been some confusion. Some people thought it was like a radar app. It is not at all. It is an app for our community to better interact with us. I need about $25,000 over the course of the next 8 weeks to really push this forward. And not gonna lie, I thought about starting one of those crowdfund, what the hell is it, Kickstarters or whatever, but it's just, I don't want to get into that. My business is going to fund it somehow, but that's a lot of freaking shit ton of money. But basically, I need to, what I did was some of our third-party integrations, aka the people feeding some of our API and some of the back end of our streaming and our web player and all that, gave me on just kind of a charity, like 2 months of free access just for development purposes, but then I got to pay a bill. And that's okay. Obviously, I have to pay a bill, but I'm trying to get as much development as I can get done for free, basically, if that makes sense, before I have to start paying bills. But I don't share this for pity. I share this because I want to include you guys on what I'm doing here. Like this app is pretty cool. I like the functionality I have with it, and it's going to be a good tool for our community. And it's going to save me money in the long run. The return on investment of this, after about 3 years, this will actually save me, believe it or not, $1,100 a month. Which, okay, whoop-de-doo, but after about 3 years. And the reasoning for this, I have to run a lot of overhead right now. So, like, to get this live stream, to get all these graphics and stuff on this live stream, right? That's compute power. You pay for it hourly. It's expensive. Well, I don't need all that compute power because I don't need to put graphics on my live stream if it's in our mobile app. There's no reason to, because the mobile app is going to generate all that information that you see on screen in the app. So the location, the viewers, the weather alert, all that stuff can be displayed, you know, integrated, you know, as like a widget with the, you know, underneath the player or something. So now we can stop running all these Amazon EC2 instances and you know, bare metal instances on Vulture and all this just to populate stream graphics, we can actually just run a stream. They transcode it amongst it and all that, but that's going to be a huge thing. It really is, because it's also a huge inconvenience to do it. I know there's been some concern too, and I'll stop talking about this soon, but I know a lot of people have been asking, but there's been some concern where people are like, but I watch it on my TV. Well, that's fine, because we're going to have a Roku app and a Google Chrome or whatever. It's going to be on smart TV. I actually have a developer that's going to help us with that. But it's going to be a web app. You know, it works on your phone, but you get it on your computer, your TV, all that. So the TV is a little bit of a wild card, because it's harder to integrate widgets and content on those types of apps. That's why I needed to reach out, because no matter what I learn, I don't really want to get into that. I just kind of want someone to translate the application I have and kind of mirror it so it's just the player and the info. But yeah, we're not going anywhere. You know, I have a plan for YouTube. You know, YouTube is my bread and butter. It's where I started. We're not dumping it. I'm not gonna voice my entire plan right now, because I really do feel like I get copied a lot out here, not just by storm chasers, but just kind of like this IRL run and gun thing all together. You guys remember when I put the roof camera on the car? 2 months later, you know how many chasers had a roof camera then? But I'm not saying that was because of me, but you know, remember when I started putting certain live stream graphics on in certain colors and use certain color schemes, and then everybody else started using it, and then I would change it like every 2 weeks, and everybody else would change theirs? Like, I was told that was probably people were trying to intimidate it because it works well, and that's true, but I feel like if I just go and give everybody all my plans, somebody's just going to take it. Somebody that has more money than I, and just take it and totally ruin everything I'm trying to do. Because I honestly do feel like sometimes people just live to rip me off and then talk terrible behind my back, so. But anyway, no traffic on this road. We're headed back up. We're north of 86 now, getting closer to northeast again. I just kind of want to drive around on some of these back roads for the hell of it. Why not? But folks, I will be looking for beta testers. I specifically need people with folding phones right now. This is another reason why this is expensive, folks. I've had to go out and purchase cell phones. To test this app and make sure it works on different phones, I have to go out and buy the freaking phone. I've had to buy an iPhone. I've had to buy a smaller iPhone, a bigger iPhone, a smaller S24. I already had the big S24. You know, I had to. No way around it. Like, I have to go get the. But I'm not. Freaking folding phones, like $2,500 for the damn thing. Oh, not right now, but in a few weeks, I'm probably going to start looking for people with folding phones. Of all stream like that. I don't know why we're dropping out, guys. Starting to come back. I was just a bad data hole right there. So yeah, we're slowly getting signal. Should get better here. So yeah, we're slowly getting signal. Alright. Almost. Okay, we should have good enough signal now. Check the audio here. Almost. Okay, we should have good enough. Okay. But no, I was just saying I'm going to be looking for people with folding phones to beta test this and just make sure this works, because they're a wild card because the screen aspect ratios are so goofy. Make sure stuff gets displayed properly. But anyway, folks, we're in the midst of this snowstorm. You'll notice on YouTube I made the title very, very honest, and somebody got offended over that last night, saying that I was making fun of somebody. That's not the case. It's a joke, people. But the live stream title on YouTube basically says this also could be nothing. There's more people watching on X right now than YouTube. Are you freaking kidding me? Are we on the wrong platform? Alright, somebody get Elon on the phone and ask him what the hell's up. But anyway, no, it's a joke, because I really don't think this snowstorm is going to be like a huge deal, and you'll see all over YouTube that it's a common thing in the weather industry where all these guys are like, oh my god, 3 feet of snow coming and we're all going to get buried, and it's like, yeah, who cares? It's not that big of a deal here. It was supposed to be lighthearted and funny, but sometimes when I do that, people don't get it. Not all people, but some people. As you can see, this is not that big of a deal just yet. You don't need it to buy the phones. Why? Why not? Well, I mean, I guess I could steal them. I mean, that's true. I don't need to buy the phones. I could steal them. You are 100% correct. I mean, technically, like, there's a comment in there saying I don't need to buy the phones, and I'm just saying that's true. I don't need to buy them. I mean, I could steal them. Emulators. Yeah, it's still not the same. It's just not the same, because I don't want to start releasing this and then have issues, because I've actually found a couple of problems already with some devices, and it's dumb shit too, like this freaking dynamic island, the little black bubble where the earpiece is at the top of the iPhone. That's right in the middle of well, there's a feature at the top of the app that is pretty cool, and that's right in the freaking middle of it, and I had to basically redesign the iOS app because I forgot about that. It's just stuff like that. It's just frustrating. Some people hate free speech. Yeah, no kidding. Everybody's got hurt feelings these days. Stop, car. Thank you. You turned 76 today? Well, happy birthday, Bonnie. Fun fact, 60% of our audience is folks over the age of 45. And if you actually start looking at the analytics of other channels, and you guys are going to get a kick out of this. Me and Reed are actually the only ones that really do live streaming out here that have an audience primarily of, I don't want to say older people, because, 45 is not really that much older than I am, but of people that are not the young punks, if you want to call it that. And you know what I think that is? I think it's for Reed, it's because he's been around, his primary audience are people that have followed that guy for, 10 years. But for me, I think it's because I'm not part of the TikTok crowd, let's call that. Not that there's anything wrong. I mean, there's really good content creators on TikTok. I'm not slamming it. But you know what I mean? Like the kind of stereotype when you think of the TikTok crowd, all these dumbasses out here, like, wearing, like, no clothes and doing stupid pranks on people and stuff. I can't deal with that. And I think it's because I feel like I'm 30 years older than I am. But I like our YouTube audience. I tell you what, we've got, we definitely don't get the most views out of live streamers, but this is going to be really cocky and arrogant. I don't mean it to be, folks, but this is just the truth. I feel like we're the channel that's able to pay the bills the best. I mean, like, you know, car breaks down, technology fails. You know, I mean, there's times when, yeah, damn near crying about it, but it's not, oh, poor me. You know, I feel like I kind of, one thing I do kind of take myself a little pride in is I kind of feel like a little bit better running the business here than most folks, which I just feel like our audience really supports this channel. Like, we don't need to have the most viewers, we just need to have the best audience, because like here's the fact, guys. You know, remember when I had to buy the white truck, the white Tahoe? You know how many of you guys just started sending a bunch of money on PayPal? Like, literally just started throwing money at me, and like, I thought that was like really cool. Of course, you guys know I appreciated that, but it's like, you know, we've got an audience that cares about what we do on this channel so much that these guys are like, hey, you know, here's money that I could use to buy my own groceries. Here, go get something so the channel stays alive, and things like that. So that's why I don't care about the views. You know, we get people that come in here all the time, oh, so-and-so has more viewers than you, what's wrong with you? And it's like, well, you know what, well, so-and-so, whoever that may be, like, are they running a business? You know, do they have a pay cycle? Do they have, you know, third parties they're trying to, you know, work with, keep happy? Do they have, you know, an actual business? Or are they just running around out here and blowing money and bragging about it? You know, I'm not here for a quick year or two of dicking around on YouTube. I'm here to be, you know, I'm here to be doing this for the rest of my life, because there's nothing else I'm willing to do. So I'm not, I feel like that's why I get along with the audience that we have, and nothing wrong with anybody that's younger by any means, but it's just commonly, you know, the people over 40 or 45 and up, I think kind of understand and appreciate that a little bit more than, you know, people my age, so to speak. You know, I've never really had friends in my age group either. Like, I'm 28, and I've never really had friends my age. You know, everybody that I've always been friends with has been, you know, 10 to 20 years older than me. I just can't stand like the internet craze, TikTok-y crowd attitude. It's just so, like, I'm so sick of hearing, like, based and bruh. I can't stand bruh every 5 seconds out of these people. Like, you sound like such a fucking moron. It's like, I don't know. You know, one part of my job at the ambulance service was to hire and fire. And I didn't fire many people. I hated that. It was always awkward. But I hired a lot of people. And you know what? This might come back to bite me in the ass. But there was one guy who was a younger guy. Actually, well, I guess he was my age at the time. This was right at the beginning of the bruh crowd. Not bro, bruh. It's fucking stupid. And this guy, qualified, smart, respectful, but he starts saying bruh like every other word in this interview. I never asked interview questions because I think it's dumb. Like, how do you resolve conflicts with your coworkers? Do you think anybody really gives an honest answer to that? Probably not. People just, I mean, come on. Like, how do you even answer to that? I'll give you an answer. I don't know, like, what do you want people to say? Punch them in the face? You know what I mean? It's just, it's not, I don't like those questions. Yeah, I just talk to people, you know, what are you looking for? What do you want to do? Things like that. We're going to go back up into town here, folks. And this guy's just like, well, he just started going off. He's like, well, bruh, you know, I've had a bruh, and then this and that bruh. And I'm like, oh my God. And he was qualified for the job. I said absolutely not, because I'm not going to listen to some guy walk around this building all day going, bruh, 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 bruh. And I told him that, not on the phone, but in an email. And like, I was so, like, this guy, literally every other word out of his mouth was bruh. And I told him that in, like, the rejection email. I was just like, it's really not professional, and it totally distracted me from literally everything else he said. And you know, maybe that was shitty of me and wrong, and it probably was. But I can't freaking stand this bruh, or any of this TikTok shit, or whatever dumb words they're doing, or whatever the trend is. I just can't stand it. Like, it's okay to not come off as stupid sometimes. know, but then I'm kind of, sometimes, you know, people think that I fit in with that crowd that, you know, the stereotype of, I told that story like a year ago, and someone was like, yeah, I bet you didn't hire people with tattoos either. No, actually, I hired a girl that was like 23 years old, and fucking, I'm pretty sure every inch of her was covered. Like, she had freaking neck tattoos and down her freaking arms and shit. We hired her. I mean, that didn't make her a shitty person. You know what? She didn't say bruh either. So, you know, it's like, it's got nothing to do with people being different. I feel like there's, you can talk yourself into a position where you seem unintelligent, you know? And I feel like that's what some of these kids are doing these days, where they're not unintelligent. They're just sounding like they're unintelligent because they don't know how to speak professionally. You know, I hired people, like I said, the tattoo girl, she was actually really good at her job. And it's like, well, who cares? And, you know, she got a lot of shit, like, at the hospital and stuff. And some of the nurses are like, she needs to cover those up. It's unprofessional. Well, it's not like she had fucking tattoos that said, you know, suck my ass or anything. It was just like, you know, flowers and butterflies and stuff. Like, whoop-de-doo, you know? The thing is, you know, this girl ended up doing more in the emergency room than she did on the ambulance, and even though the freaking little old ladies loved it, because everybody was always asking her about her tattoos and stuff, and, you know, they like to talk to her about it, you know. And we hired a guy who had this like red tipped hair, which was really weird, and I don't know what he was thinking when he did it, but like his hair was dyed red on the tips, and it was really weird looking, and I'm pretty sure I told him that too. But like, he was good at his job and talked professionally, acted professionally. Doesn't matter what they look like, to a point. I mean, when you're talking healthcare, you can't hire somebody that's got, you know, a tattoo across their forehead that, you know, says, you know, I heart Nazis or something like that. You can't. You can't. But, you know, you can. Just because somebody's different doesn't mean that they're not good at the job. You know, it's like the whole, you get folks that are, you know, really opinionated when it comes to, you know, gays and black people and discriminate on that. And it's like, you know, that's kind of shitty to do. However, I'm not talking about, let's just say you've got, you know, Johnny, you know, and he just happens to be married to a man that applies for a job. You know, if you can't look past the fact that he's married to a guy, whether you approve of that or not, you might need a reality check, because when it comes to business, you can't make decisions on who you hire and fire based on your personal beliefs. Now, you're going to call me a hypocrite because, you know, the whole bruh story, but that actually goes deeper than that, because when you think about it, folks, like, if you honestly can't talk a 10-word sentence without it, you know, entering the word bruh, come on, bruh, and tell your story to your interview. You know, he was telling me the story about, well, bruh, one time, you know, a couple months ago when I was in EMT class, bruh, I swear, that was literally how he started the sentence. I'm like, yeah, I can't hire that. Like, there wasn't even a capability of, like, you know, but it's like, you can't. You have to look at the person, not necessarily what your beliefs are, and you have to take your personal opinion out of it. You almost have to become the business for a moment, and not yourself. You know, that I hated hiring and firing people, because I was always nervous I was going to make the right call when it came to like hiring somebody. And it's hard these days because, you know, there's a lot of really smart younger people out there. But I'll be honest with you, some of them don't want to work. Some of the ones that are really, really bright don't want to go use their skills anywhere. And when I say anywhere, I also mean for themselves, and that's kind of scary when you think about it. And not all of them, but a lot of them. You know, it's just, some of these people could probably cure cancer, and, you know, some of them just don't want to. Yeah, I worked at a job. It was a cell phone store, and they, after about 3 months of working there, they had a guy that was on his phone all the time. So the owner's like, yeah, you can't be on your cell phones anymore. So you can't even bring them into the building. I quit. No shit. Like, I was like, okay, well, I remember I said to the guy, I said, okay, do you want me to give you a 2 weeks notice? Or do you just want me to leave? He's like, why? And I said, because I'm not doing this, like, leave your phone in the car thing. Like, I just thought that was really childish. You know, especially, like, what I was doing, too, because, I don't know, I feel like your employer needs to have respect for you, and you need to have respect for them in return. So what it should have turned into was, hey, Johnny over there is not following the rules, so Johnny's got to go, instead of, hey, nobody's allowed to do this anymore. It's like, I'm not a child. And for the amount of money I was getting paid, no. If I was getting paid a good amount of money, it would have been different, but I wasn't. I think I'm going to jump on... Am I on 20? I am on 20. I'm going to go up 20 here for a little ways. Let's see what it's like. Go up into Ripley. But I just walked out. And I was nice about it. And the owner was pissy. He's like, well, then just fucking leave. Like, okay, all right, well, that's on you then. You know, I offered. I was like, well, I respectfully, you know, do you want my 2 weeks or do you want my... I forgot about it. You guys might remember this gas station. This is where we were on that first lake effect event when I had Nikki with, where the bridge is out and all that. This is that crappy gas station that we were at where I had to put the chains on and everything. Everybody was getting stuck. I don't know what happened there. That's old damage, it looks like. Alright, moment of truth. How many people we got on X? If there's more than 430 people on X, I'm probably gonna... Oh, I think it quit streaming. Oh, no. You're freaking kidding me, guys. There's about 50 more people on X than there are on YouTube. Am I on the wrong platform? Like, for real here, people. If you're on X, go to seethestorm.net, find out more information. And I actually have the chat turned off on that live stream, I think. So, whoops. I wish I could link the chat between YouTube and X, but you can't. Restream used to have a capability to do that, but there's been some API changes with X, and you can't do that anymore. West? No, I'm on east. Which way is... Where's the east? Is that here? No. East must have been back there. What the frick? Yeah, this area definitely looks familiar now. We'll make a pass up through this snow band here. Yeah, Twitter can be toxic, but if you want my honest opinion, if you just start blocking people, it gets so much better. Like, just start blocking people. I have blocked so many people on there, and I don't have to see their garbage anymore. How do you watch on X? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. It took me all morning to figure out just how to get a stream going over there. Never mind. Let's say 107,000 miles just rolled over, but we hit 107,001, so I missed it. I was going to point the camera at it and everything, but I missed it. We should run into some snow up here real soon. all you guys who've sent the super chats in today. I know I've been missing a lot of them, but they're appreciated, folks. Yeah, man, now we're about to hit the snow, it looks like. Definitely got some slippery stuff on it, but nothing too impactful. This is I-90 for those of you that didn't figure that out yet. See how it looks farther up here, but then I'll need to look at some data because I don't know if this event kind of dies out during the day today. I mean, I may just start going west and getting ready for the bigger event. Because I tell you what, man, this guy's gonna end up in the ditch. I tell you what though, it looks like pretty impactful snowstorm coming from anywhere from like Kansas all the way through Missouri and central Illinois. Maybe on the south side of it, some ice. And honestly, some ice really could happen anywhere in the mix too. Just kind of depends on temperatures and everything, but I really do believe that that's going to be a good one. So if we didn't have that coming up, I would probably head up to the Lake Ontario Lake Effect Snow today, which is probably going to be a big deal. But if I go up there, the problem is those winter storm watches are for the Saturday afternoon time frame even. So if we want to go get on this event, you know, possibility, like let's say we go up to Lake Ontario thing today and then leave tomorrow night, well, being Friday, if there are traffic issues getting out of there and it's slow going because of this lake effect, it's going to take an extra 2-3 hours just to get out of the area. And then you've got to drive all day Saturday, 14-ish hours on Saturday. So there's not going to be any chase on Saturday, and then you'd be dead ass tired Sunday and Monday. And then there's the potential that Thursday, Friday, Saturday time frame, we could have some sort of severe or snow event farther south on top of that. So you'd have to drive Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday-ish to get down there, and it turns into all this driving, and you got to stop and look at it and be like, what's the point? And there's there's just not. So it's like we'll write off the Lake Ontario stuff, which is kind of simultaneous with what we're doing right now, in order to make sure we can cover the central U.S. snowstorm. Because I'm excited for that, guys. Those are the snowstorms that I enjoy, and I know you guys like too, because you've actually got a wider area of snow. It's not just these little pockets of snow. It's a little bit more impactful. It's more interesting. You don't just have 3 miles worth of snow. You've got entire counties covered in snow, and I enjoy it a lot more. I think you guys do too, based on what I've gathered. It reminds me of that Wichita snowstorm last year, or I don't know if that was last year or the beginning of this year, but last season. And then we had the Wisconsin-Iowa blizzard. That was a good one. There's a car behind me. There's a guy stuck here it's like in the median. I won't be able to get him out, but I'm not going to be able to get over there and stop. There's a guy on my ass, but there's some people evaluating that car that's way the frick down in there. They're trying to push that out. We'll see if they're struggling with that when we flip around, but I can't get that out. Not on the interstate. That's way down in there in like that drainage ditch. Both people are out of the car trying to push it. It's not going to work very well, so I'm assuming they're okay, but when we drive by, if they look like they're really struggling, we'll make sure they're all right. But if this wasn't an interstate, it'd be one thing, but in order to get that out, I'm going to need probably more recovery strap than I have in this car, because it's like 100 feet down in there. Shit sometimes for not stopping for something like that. It's important to remember, folks, that out of all these live streaming storm chasers out here, I honestly think that I'm the only one that's worked in public safety before. And you have to understand that it's a risk evaluation when it comes to traffic management and stuff. So those people are stuck. There's nothing that I can do to recover them unless I had my Tahoe with a winch. You and a lot of winch extension. You can't just pull them out with a tow rope or something. For a vehicle stuck like that's down in there, you need a winch, because you need to be able to control the way that it's coming up so you don't damage it. You can't just start yanking on it. You can't. Terrible idea. So a lot of people are like, well, if this person or that person or this group or that team would have stopped. It's okay, well, they're down in there. They are way out of traffic. It's not cold out. They're wearing coats. They're both out of the car trying to push the car. The car appears to be running. For me to slam on the brakes and get rear-ended potentially by all the cars behind me makes no sense. Now, if they were bleeding out or if they looked like they were dying down there, it'd be a different thing. But there's no reason to create a hazard when there's no need to create a hazard, just so that some people behind a keyboard can get all excited about it. It's not worth it. When we go back, if they appear to have some sort of physical struggle happening or whatever, okay, we'll check on them, but we can be prepared to slow down and stop versus just stopping abruptly or whatever. So, unfortunately, we have to add that disclaimer. I tell you what, folks, this is Radar Omega shows snow here. It's not really snowing much, so that tells me that a lot of this is not making it to the ground. Well, there's a cop going that way in the other lane, so I'm sure he'll help those people out. We might. Where can I turn around? I gotta go all the way. Do I really have to go all the way out? We might flip around and go back to Westfield and take one of those state routes and see if what it's like. Maybe they haven't been plowed. No, Robert, you're right. The problem is there's a lot of people out here on the internet that have a different attitude than you and I, and there are people that have the attitude of, I can do whatever I want, the laws of physics don't apply to me, and I'll never get killed because I'm doing the right thing or whatever, and that's not true. You know, the laws of physics don't give a shit if something's the right thing to do or not. Like, I've seen people get seriously hurt recovering vehicles because they didn't know what they were doing, but they thought they did, and stuff like that. You know, the truth is, most of these vehicles out here that get stuck, we can get out. But you can't be stupid about it. Just because just because the vehicle isn't stuck much doesn't mean that you can slack off and be complacent. You know, it blows my mind, the mentality people have sometimes, where I'll be like, hey, you know, that's a bad idea. And I'm not talking about, it's just a general statement here. I'd be like, hey, it's a bad idea to do it this way because somebody could get hurt or killed. And the response is, oh, it's fine. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's extremely frustrating when you do know a lot about something and then you run into groups that think they know everything about something but don't. And then you see them clearly making mistakes that could seriously get them hurt. You know what? It might only be a 1 in 1,000 times that, you know, that technique or whatever gets somebody hurt. But what if it's that 1,000 times? Like if we're talking about getting killed, I'm not taking those chances. You know, and then, you know, I'm the kind of person that speaks up and says that, and then I'm the asshole for saying it. And then, you know, I'm mean and rude because, you know, I said, hey, that's a terrible idea. Well, I'm mean and rude for that. It's like, well, okay, well, when someone gets killed, we'll be talking about that because, you know, that applies to a lot of stuff. You know, even back in high school, you know, these kids that go to school with, you know, would go out in the winter and just pull people out of ditches. A lot of kids didn't know what the hell they were doing. They'd put a chain on a truck and just floor it. It's like, you know, one of these days you're going to rip a toe hook off. Now, what's going to happen when you rip that toe hook off, it's going to go through the back window of your truck, and it's going to go right through your skull and splatter your brains all over the fucking windshield. And then you're not going to look at me like I'm so stupid. You know, I am definitely not Mr. Safety by any means. I hate OSHA. OSHA can kiss mine, and I'm not the one to follow safety rules by any means. But when it comes to not dying or getting hurt, yeah, I don't like to have a broken arm or a busted skull or being dead. So yeah, I pick up on those things. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm the first person to do stupid shit, but you can do stupid shit without getting killed or hurt. You know, you have to be smart about how you do the stupid shit. That's why when these people dog on, you know, guys doing, you know, dumb redneck shit, you know, if they're actually dumb rednecks, then they're probably doing it pretty safely because they know the limits of their equipment. You know, in my opinion, if somebody doesn't understand working load limit and, you know, actual mechanics of a vehicle and a little bit of basic geometry, then yeah, you probably shouldn't be pulling people out. So I agree with that. Got to be careful out here. Like, people take the ease of things for granted sometimes. You know, you get away with it once or twice, and it's like, oh yeah, this always works. Well, you know what? I tell you what, something always works, or it's always safe until it's not. But I am looked at as the asshole out here because I'm the one that speaks up when someone, you know, when I see something that could get somebody hurt. And that's fine, I guess, if that's the world we live in, whatever. I don't know. I haven't looked at that central snowstorm here. I really haven't looked at it much, but you might get some snow out of it. I'm sure you will get some snow out of it, let's put it that way. I just don't know what the deal is with it too much. I have not been paying a whole lot of attention to it. Looks like it might be snowing more again there in Erie and Northeast, which there's already more snow there, so that's probably more interesting. So I'm not going to the Lake Ontario, which is that Syracuse area. I mean, unless somebody in the chat can give me a really convincing reason why, I'm not gonna. I just don't see the point. You know, okay, it's gonna snow, cool. Well, we don't have to go, guys. You know, I mean, I don't want to miss this snowstorm coming up here. That's for sure. And there's not going to be anything on the way, so. We will flip around. Might even make an illegal U-turn and really get people's pants in a bunch. Out doing road work because they're about to get snowed on, I think, at some point. away and probably encounter that snow as it goes through. But I'm not going to go farther northeast. It's just going to be silly. Especially since I pretty much drove all day yesterday. If I hadn't driven all day yesterday to get out here, it might be a different story too. right direction here. Maybe. turn again. Yeah, can't just easily flip around here. Of course not. Somebody in the chat can tell me if this is illegal. That might have been illegal. I don't know. If there's no sign, I don't think it is, but who cares? Anyway. On this toll road, and that's all I'm going to say about it. So I don't know. Some of you might know, but that's about all I've got that. I mean, you know, it's not illegal, at least in my state, for to continue milking the actually never mind, I'm not even going to get into it because somebody's going to throw a freaking hissy fit. Never mind, just forget it. Just forget it. No, I pay every toll I go through, always, 100%. Never missed one in my life. I love paying over $60 to drive from my house to Dunkirk, New York, with all the tolls combined. I'm not even kidding. $68 one way. I totally always pay that promptly and never exploit technicalities such as just don't even worry about it. Just fucking forget I said it. Like I want to talk about it, but I don't because somebody's gonna throw a hissy fit. Ridiculous though. Have you guys seen the freaking tolls going through like from Chicago to like Cleveland? Oh my god, you get raped on that road with tolls. It's ridiculous. You know, you get on up by Rockford, well at Beloit, Beloit, Wisconsin, where that toll starts. You pay like $28 just to get out of Illinois, and then you pay another like $25 to $28 just to get to Toledo, and then you got another couple blocks at the east end of Ohio. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, it is ridiculous. New York, I think the New York tolls are more reasonable though, I think. Yeah, Illinois is just stupid. And so is Indiana and Ohio. Like, $13 to drive across the state of Indiana on that toll road, I think is what it is. It's like $13 from start to, from Gary all the way to like Angola. I think it's like $13. Okay, it's $13, but like that, I think that's ridiculous. Like, and for anybody, like for people that don't understand tolls, like or actually understand why they're there, a lot of times tolls, at least down south, are oftentimes used to pay back borrowed money that was used for the road. So sometimes the states will actually borrow money, and then the people who are borrowed from, the agency, department, whatever business, will use, authorize to make it a toll road, and they collect the tolls to pay that back. Well, the toll roads, in theory, like this one, like this is in great shape. Like I don't feel as screwed here, but toll roads are supposed to be nice roads, and like it's a privilege to drive on them. And you know, you pay a couple dollars for the luxury of being able to not be stuck in traffic and have a fast tow truck and a fast, you know, emergency response if you are in an accident, and no potholes and stuff like that. Well, New York seems to get it, but you ever driven through the toll roads in Illinois? Holy shit. Well, like, it's kind of ridiculous that you pay that amount of money and then, like, the gas stations on the toll road just jack the price up. It's ridiculous, and the only way to get around it is to take, like, a different state highway, but that adds, like, an hour and a half to the drive, and that's a lot of time. You know? I don't know. It seems like the tolling thing has gotten crazy anymore. It's like everybody wants tolls for this, tolls for that. About the Oklahoma toll road winch, but I think it was Veneta. I don't know, it was one of those like 60-cent tolls that you go through on 44, and I didn't have cash. I forgot my toll pass because I got a new windshield or something, and I forgot to switch it over. So I stopped, and boy was that a mistake. I stopped at the booth, and I was like, I don't have anything to give you since you won't, because they wouldn't have to, I don't know if they do now, but at the time they wouldn't take credit card or anything. And it was like $1.76 or something. She's like, you really don't have any change? And I'm like, no, I don't. And she was super rude, and she was like, it is illegal to drive on the toll road without proper change for the tolls. Like, okay. Like, and I don't remember exactly what I said, but I said something like, all right, well, do you want me to go find a state trooper so they can arrest me or something like that? And she really was not appreciative of that. But she was a nasty, nasty woman. And she gave me this piece of paper explaining how illegal it was. I could actually go to jail and lose my license for not complying with the Oklahoma statute, you know, whatever B, for not carrying change on the toll road. And it's just like, oh my God, and you wonder why people hate the government. This is why people hate the government, because you threaten all this illegal activity bullshit on me for not having $1.76. That's why people hate the government. You know, like, come on. I never paid it. She gave me the envelope to mail it in, and I was going to mail it in. I was going to, like, UPS them a box full of freaking nickels or something, but, like, I didn't have, like, I understand I owed it, but I just assumed they took credit cards, because every other freaking toll road does. I guess I should have just blown the toll and let them send me a bill in the mail. That would have been more polite, but she was nasty. But I was seriously, I was so pissed. I'm just like, well, that's fine. I'll just go find a state trooper and maybe he can take me to jail for this. Like, my God. Nasty woman. Yeah, she was very serious. It was a crime that I had committed. It was a misdemeanor crime. She made that very clear. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm a real lawbreaker out here for my $1.76. I couldn't believe that. I will never, if I don't have a toll pass or whatever with me, I'll never stop at a toll booth in Oklahoma ever again. I think we'll be getting back into the snow here in about 10 minutes. license though if you don't have insurance for like 30 days or something. I think. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of states too that I think require you to have car insurance to register a car. But I think that's kind of bogus. I feel like that's just the government overstepping in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, folks, you gotta have insurance. You know. But I think sometimes, like, I don't know. I'm actually gonna go out on a limb here, folks. This is controversial, but I think vehicle registration is a crock. I think driver's licensing as a whole makes sense because we don't want dummies on the road, but I mean, we still have them, but you need to show a basic set of skills to be on a public roadway. But in my opinion, I think vehicle license plates and registration is a crock. Absolute crock. Oh, hey, you bought a nice car, cool, well now you gotta pay us to drive it on the road that your taxes already paid for. I think it's a crock. Now, some states make you do a vehicle inspection to make sure the vehicle is safe for the road. But a lot of states don't. It's just, I think it's a crock. I feel like we're too governed by our government sometimes. It's just, they need to take a step out. I'm sorry. Whether I register my vehicle or not isn't really going to change the way the vehicle operates on the road. Now, requiring an inspection or requiring the vehicle to be safe for the road, now that's reasonable. But I don't know. I've got a lot of controversial opinions, and that's kind of one of them. All right, now we're getting to the snow again. Snow lovers that are up there from like Syracuse up to Watertown, for your sake, I hope that the event is more eventful up there, which it looks like it is. There's a pretty heavy, pretty stout looking lake effect snow band that's between Syracuse and Watertown right now. If you look at Radar Omega and look at the Watertown radar site, you'll see that. So it looks like that's going to be a little more interesting up there, but you run into the problem with that too is, from a storm chasing perspective, you're milking a dry cow after so long, because these lake effect snow bands are sometimes only like 8 miles wide. So, okay, you drive through it, it's a sunny day, blue sky on one half, you drive through it, 10 minutes later you're in sunny skies, blue skies, no cloud, no nothing. So you turn around and drive back, and all you're doing is driving on the same, 10 miles of road all day, and it can be the most boring thing in the world. That's not always the case, but it looks like this might be one of those cases. No idea what the speed limit is. I'm 90% sure I'm speeding, but whatever. Give me a ticket. It's New York. Everybody drives like 100 miles an hour. I feel like New York is just another Texas when it comes to speed limits. It's just like nobody out here seems to drive the speed limit. Oh, it's 65. Yeah, I'm definitely committing a traffic crime right now. But like, you get people, oh, it's 65, all right, and they're passing you doing like 110 in the left lane. I came all the way out here, this was all I had to deal with, man, I'd be pissed. But, I don't know, part of me would like to turn around and go out into the Watertown area. I mean, we could do it, that's the thing, you know, we could go screw around up there today, part of tomorrow, leave at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, get back to Erie, and then drive the rest of the way on Saturday. But I don't want to be late to this winter storm that's coming up. I want to have plenty of time to get there, you know. It'd really be a stretch for time. I mean, it could be done, but it wouldn't be fun. He's with that car that was in the ditch. squall here. The clouds are pretty. keep the live stream going until we're like clear of all of this. But I think I made my decision. I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to bail on this. Just get set up for the central U.S. snowstorm. I think that's the better option right now. This is just kind of crap. Unless you go out to, like I said, the Watertown, Syracuse market. That's probably okay out there, but and this actually might get better later on today and in the evening, so. But I'm not really feeling like staying out here until evening to find out, honestly. I'd rather just get in position for this bigger snowstorm that's coming. Especially out here, because the road crews out here usually do a pretty good job of keeping the roads clean. So, it sounds like a big deal, but then you look at the duration of the event, and then it's not such a big deal. events where I'm kind of like, I really drove out here for this. I brought this up last night, and I seriously mean this. Usually for about every 20, there's usually 1 in 20 weather events. At least, like, the way that I choose what I go to, where I sit back and I think, why the fuck am I here? There's usually 1 in 20. One of the most noteworthy ones was when I drove all the way to South Dakota. I drove all the way to Rapid City, South Dakota, because there was an enhanced risk for the next day. When I got out there at like 5 o'clock in the evening and got to the hotel, I started looking at model data for the next day, and it looked like crap. The event wasn't even there. When they came out with the day 1 outlook the next morning, they actually they removed the enhanced and made it a slight, and I'm just like, oh boy. And then at the next update, like at the lunch update, they made it a marginal, and the event never happened. And I was just like, why the hell am I here? I didn't even stream. I'm just like, I drove 13 freaking hours to sit in the hotel. So then I had to get down to New Mexico, like, for the second day. So I drove all the way from Rapid City to Roswell, and that was terrible. That was the biggest detour of my life. And I was seriously thinking, like, why the hell am I here? That was a very noteworthy one. But that happens. Like, when you do this, you know, the weather always changes. Like, it's bound to happen that you're going to have these types of things. Like, you can't get upset about them. I used to get upset about them. I know a lot of people do get upset about them, but you can't. That's part of the job. Like, for about every 20 weather events, there's going to be one that you're going to show up, and it's just going to be such a botch, and it's such a miss. You're going to be like, why the hell am I here? This is one of them. We should be good for a while then. And I kind of knew it coming into it. I knew it yesterday when I got to about Toledo. I'm like, yeah, this is going to be crap. But I was way past the point of turning around, so it's just part of this, and it's okay. More information at storm.net. That's all of our social media links. I'm not done yet, guys. I'm gonna get out of this before we're done, but this is not how I expected this to go, but that's okay. wonder if Cleveland's a mess right now. We got anybody from Cleveland in here? We might just stay live all the way to Cleveland. There is some snow showing up on radar in Cleveland. I wonder if it's a mess down there. I'd hate to end the stream and then bring it back up. Let's see. Google Maps traffic data says it's probably fine. But it's actively snowing there, it looks like. So maybe, perhaps, we might have something. So I think we'll stay live on the way through Cleveland here, guys. Looks like we're going to continue to encounter snow. I do need to stop somewhere, though, and get something to drink and everything. Might go to like Topeka or something and start there and then kind of follow it east. But yeah, it looks like Missouri's going to be getting a lot of snow. The same with Illinois, central Illinois. Heavy snow now. across, get gas, and see what it's like down here. come out, we'll just shoot straight down 90. We should come into a little bit more snow. So it's not over yet, I don't think. Sometimes these kind of intermittent snow squalls, though, can be more interesting because people aren't really expecting the quick burst of snow, and then all of a sudden it hits them, and then they just go in the ditch everywhere. I pulled into last night. I feel like it might be. I don't know, everything looks the same out here. Seriously, all these like Loves and Pilots and everything, they all look the same. Out here anyway. Okay, so give me a minute. This will take a minute because I need to get gas, and I'm just gonna go inside and get something to drink. You guys can watch these people inevitably fall on their ass because that guy over there just about ate shit. And, you know, obviously we don't want to see people get hurt, but if they're gonna fall on the ice and we have a camera, might as well watch them. So it's really slippery over there. I'll be back in just like 3 or 4 minutes.
Priority 2, assist Milford Police with a water problem, 2900 block of West 23rd. Westridge 922, priority to respond. Access MPD with a water issue, 2952 West 23. West 23rd, a semi took out a hydrant. You able to read the notes on the call? I'll just let you read.
So I have my face hurts and everything. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll get some ibuprofen or something. And my God, $6 for 3 tablets of fucking ibuprofen. Can you talk? Jesus, like what the hell's wrong with this? What a ripoff. What a ripoff.
West 91 EMS, CLS 1 cardiac, 9880 Old Albion Road.
Yeah, you can go to Dollar General and get a bottle of like 200, or maybe not 200, I think it's like 100 ibuprofen tablets for like $2. I usually take like 4 of these things at a time too, so. Well, I gotta figure out how to open this thing. Take 1 tablet. Yeah, my ass. I'm taking all 3. We're not pissing around.
7110, ALS1 cardiac 9880 Old Albion Road.
I'm trying to figure out how to open the little wrapper here, and I'm really struggling, guys. There we go. Man, the substance control here on the something as simple as ibuprofen is a little ridiculous. Oh my god. Still working on this wrapper. Alright. Holy shit. That was a lot of work. Wow. Alright, look out, people. Coming through. Holy smokes. Jeez. Hold on, this guy over here about fell down and ate shit. Yeah, they need to put some salt in their parking lot or something. Because I've seen several people about falling on their ass now. A bag of chips too. Well, I got gas, so I should be good until. Well, I should be good all the way to like Rockford, Illinois now. I think I'll stop somewhere in between, but no, I'll make it to. I'll probably get gas in South Bend because I don't want to stop in Chicago because Chicago sucks, and yeah, and I'm not stopping in Gary. I don't want to get shot. Yeah, you guys that were talking about YouTube Premium. Anybody remember when YouTube Premium was like $8? Once upon a time, I remember YouTube Premium being like $8.99. I don't have YouTube Premium. I need to renew mine. Because I can't stand... I hate when I get ads on my own live stream. Like I'll be wondering, you know, hey, is the live stream working properly? So I'll pull up my live stream to make sure it is, but I have to sit and watch an ad. I'm like, for Christ's sakes, it's my own channel. But, you know, the ads are necessary, though, to support creators, but I wish we didn't have to watch them on our own channel. It's kind of dumb. Yeah, I need to renew my premium. I think it's $19 now. Anybody know what the current price is? I think it's $19. I think that's ridiculous. But... you know, they can get away with charging that because people pay it, you know. Chips I got are all smushed. God damn it. Come on, Honda. Come on. Come on. You can do it. There you go. hungry bitches out there. I think that's the term. Yeah, hey man, can you promote our gambling website to a bunch of minors on the internet? That's your target audience, and make them want to get a gambling addiction. Oh yeah, sure, as long as you pay me. I think that's how those interactions go.
dentists on here? I ask because I'm about ready to find a fan that's a dentist and hire him. So I got these wisdom teeth, right?
of your mouth. The two top ones, you know, they've never been a problem. But the two bottom ones, you know, my parents were kind of, well, absolutely no fucking help to me at any point in my life. So they never got to take it out, even though they could take it out when I was like 16. And they're like, they're not screwing up anything in my mouth, but they are painful. Well, all right, we're gonna get into talking about teeth here. I don't know why. I don't know anything about teeth, but about 2 years ago, I had the most excruciating pain I ever had in my life, and it was coming from one of the bottom wisdom teeth. And it was so bad that I pulled over on the side of the road and was attempting to get to a hospital. It was that bad. Like, I honest to God thought I was dying. I contemplated offing myself. I'm dead serious, guys. I was in so much pain, I just wanted to, like, flop over and die. I cannot begin to describe the horrible pain that I was in. Well, apparently, fast forward, it stopped later, and then I never had pain there ever again in my life. Well, fast forward to, like, June of this year, April of this year, or 2024, and I go to a different dentist than the normal one. The normal one's always been like, yeah, you need to get those out, okay? And I'm like, yeah, okay. And so I go to a different one. I'm like, something's not right. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, I think something happened because I felt this, like, crack in my mouth. Hold on. Is this a wreck? No. Well, fuck. Alright, well, there's a cop behind me. I hope he stops for that. Alright. Okay, alright. Well, there's a cop behind me, and he's just threw his lights on, so good. Otherwise, if he didn't, I was going to turn around and call that in. But it's not a wreck. They're just slid off, so alright, well, they'll be taken care of. Good. Anyway, I felt this, like, crack, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? I go to the dentist or whatever, and while the wisdom tooth, apparently what had happened was previously when I was having this worst pain in my life, the theory that we had, or that this dentist guy came up with, he's from India, he looked like he knew his shit, you know, typical doctor kind of thing, and he told me that when I had that terrible pain, what probably had happened was the tooth had cracked because it's pushing against the other teeth so hard that something had to crack and break. And then subsequently that then caused the inside of the tooth to die, and the tooth has been quote-unquote dead for so long. And I'm like, well, it's not like rotten or anything. And he's like, well, no, it's broken because it was pushing against the other one so hard. He's like, you're lucky that that's the one that broke and not the one that you actually want to keep. And I'm like, awesome. So he removed the part that had, like, fully cracked off then, and that stopped all pain that I've ever had. And I'm like, okay, we'll take the rest of the tooth out. And they're like, okay, so they charge my card for $400. They're like, that tooth extraction will be $400. I'm like, awesome. It's gonna be the best $400 I ever spent. I'm done with fucking pain. Doctor dude comes back after charging me, $400, and he's like, well, we took the x-rays, and I'm like, yeah. And I could tell that this wasn't gonna end well. He's like, well, you need to go to the oral surgeon because we need a 3D x-ray. And I freaking lost. I looked at him and I went, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, you just charged me $400 and now you're telling me that I need a 3D x-ray. I'm like, what the fuck is a 3D x-ray? I'm like, is there any way you could just take it out? He's like, oh no, we can't take it out. We could damage a nerve and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, what kind of nerve damage are we talking here? And he's like, well, you could lose feeling in that back corner of your gums. And I'm like, well, is it going to kill me or cause me any sort of, like, am I going to die, or is it going to cause me to not be able to taste food? And he's like, oh no, but it would be, you wouldn't be able to, might not be able to feel it if we damage the nerve, that part of the gum anymore. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Just take the damn thing out. No, you need 3D x-ray. And I'm like, oh fuck, how much is that gonna cost? Well, we need to refer you to the oral surgeon. They're right across the street. And I'm like, fucking fantastic. So they referred me to this oral surgeon guy, and they called me, and they're like, well, we've got one appointment open. I'm like, when is it? Tomorrow. And I'm like, well, that's fantastic. I'm in Texas. Like, so I never did get over to that, but I'm like, what's my estimate here to get this tooth extracted and get all these x-rays and shit? She's like, oh, hold on a second. She's like typing. And she's like, sir? And I'm like, yeah. She goes, do you have dental insurance? And I'm like, LOL. I'm like, lady, I don't even have health insurance. What are you talking about? She's like, okay, 1 sec. And she's like typing. She's like, are you sure you don't have dental insurance? I'm like, yeah, ma'am, I'm sure I don't have it. So, okay. Typing. She's like, yeah, it's going to be about $2,600. I'm like, excuse me? She's like, yeah, for the 3D x-ray and, you know, the sedation and the extraction is like $2,600. I'm like, is that for all four? She goes, negative, that's for one. I'm just like, are you effing kidding me, lady? And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And she's like, sir. And I'm like, no, seriously, why the hell is it that much money? I'm like, because in high school, there was a kid that got one of his molars knocked out because he got into a fist fight. I'm like, can't you just, like, do it that way? Well, there's more to it than that. We could damage the nerve, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, I don't give a shit what you damage. Take it out for $400. So anyway, so I go back to the original dentist who told me to just get him out, but if I don't get him out, it's not going to kill me. And I'm like, hey, bro. I can't believe I just said that. I'm like, hey, this thing is now cracked, and it's now only part of it is there. This is great because I'm not in any pain anymore because that tooth isn't like pushing against other teeth. But it's really kind of upsetting to me that you told me that there wasn't going to be any problems with this, but then I go to the other dentist and he tells me my tooth is broken in half. And next thing I know, I'm spitting out half of a tooth, and it really freaked me out because teeth really freak me out. I don't like teeth. Like, I don't like looking at them. I don't know why. It's like, I just don't like it. Some people don't like blood. I don't like teeth. I'm like, and it really freaked me out, man. And he's like, well, sorry. I'm like, well, what? I'm like, I need these out. I'm like, I'm done pissing around. I don't want, like, I can't afford, you know, $5,000 just to get the two bottom ones out. I'm like, that's ridiculous. I'm like, what can I do here? I'm like, what cheaper thing? I'm like, if I have to be in pain for a few extra days because I don't get some sedation or something, I'm okay with that at this point if it means I'm saving $4,000. I'm like, I think this is ridiculous. And he basically just gave up. He's like, well, yeah, like, you shouldn't have any problems with your other one, thankfully, but you probably need to get them out of your skull at some point, so you're going to have to go to an oral surgeon because I don't do wisdom tooth extractions, and apparently these other people don't. I'm just like, come on, man. So I need a dentist. Do we have any dentists in the chat who can take these things out of my head? What brought this up is every now and then I get a little bit of a like face pain on the right side of my face, and I've come to determine it's from the one wisdom tooth that's still there, that's intact. Like, the one that's broken off, it's not rotted, it's not effed up, like, it's fine. Like, even the dentist is like, it's fine, like, just leave it. Like, it's not rotted, like, I don't have all these cavities and shit, like, I just need the fucking tooth taken out. Like, I want the two bottom ones out. Man, it is really dumping. I just want them out, and I'm not going to pay $5,000, and I'm not going to go pay all this money for this bullshit dental insurance that I don't even know how to use it. Like, I just want the damn things out. Like, I'm willing to spend up to like $2,000. Like, I figured it was going to be $1,000 a tooth, and I was totally okay with that. I'm like, hey, that's fine, whatever. Get them out of my skull because to me it's worth it, and it's probably worth spending $2,600 a tooth to get them out, honestly, to improve my quality of life. But there's like, I get this like, little bit of pain on my right side, and just maybe like once a week, but when I get it, it's this dull, annoying pain, and I have to drug myself with ibuprofen, and I'm tired of it. I couldn't believe it. I'm just like, why? Why is it so expensive? Well, it's because your wisdom teeth are exceptionally far back in your mouth, and I'm just like, okay. Like, I've been called a lot of shit in my life, but I've never had someone be like, hey, your wisdom teeth are really far back in your mouth. Well, aren't they supposed to be? The dental college. Honestly, I thought about that. The problem is, though, with me, guys, when I deal with these oral surgeons, like, they're like, hey, this is your appointment, make it or don't. I can't miss work. But But, you know, like I said, I know plenty of people who are missing like half the teeth in their mouth, and they got all their teeth taken out for free. Either because they're gross or because they got them knocked out. Either option didn't cost them any money, so that's bullshit if you're telling me it's $2,600 to take fucking wisdom tooth out. Oh, but you need the 3D x-ray so we can identify the nerve canal. Like, you know what? I don't fucking care. Guys, I care so little. I'm so, like, I care about my body, like, I need to be healthy, but I care so little about petty things that I've actually had this thought in the back of my mind. Like, what would happen if I had, like, my hand amputated or something? And I'm just like, yeah, big deal. Seriously, if I lost, like, my left hand, man, whatever. I could still do the rest of my... I know this sounds ridiculous, but I honestly don't think that it would bother me that much or change me that much. I'd say if I lost a leg, I don't even think I would care. As long as somebody could give me a fake leg that I could still walk around, I don't think I'd care. Get the damn tooth out of my mouth, I don't give a shit about the nerve, whatever that is, you know? Like, I'm not a dentist, you know? I don't get it, but I just think that's a crock of shit for that amount of money, for one that's fully out. It's not like it's under the gum or anything. Like, it's there. Shit. But no, what brought up the amputation thing, I had this ambulance call once, and the guy, it was a farm accident, the guy lost he literally, his hand got whacked off in a conveyor belt on a feed mixer, and it lopped it clean off. And we show up before anybody else showed up. I went in my personal vehicle. I had a friend with me. We showed up, and it was like 20 minutes for the ambulance to get there. It was in the middle of nowhere. And we're looking for this guy. Like, I figured somebody would be screaming. We couldn't find this guy. We go to use the radio. We were out in the sticks. Nobody could hear us on the radio. So I called 911. I'm like, hey, it's me. We're here. Where's this guy? And she's like, hold on. You know, I've got him on the other line. And, you know, she told the guy to like start walking around for us. And I'm like, what do you mean the guy's walking around? And she's like, yeah, he's been extremely calm. I figured there'd be this yelling guy. No, this guy just like calmly walks from the back of his barn. He's like, yeah, it's me. And he like holds up his stump of an arm with this like bloody t-shirt all over it. And I'm just like, okay, so, and I said, before I unwrap this, is it going to start bleeding, and how bad is it? And he just starts laughing, and he's like, dude, my hand is gone. And I'm just like, what? And like here I thought maybe like it was just crushed or something. And oh no, sure as shit, you know, we took the bloody t-shirt off of his arm, and he was definitely a stump. With the wrist, or with his bone sticking out and everything. And he's just looking at it. He's like, so what do you do with this? And I'm like, well, so I'm not 100% sure. I'm like, we have protocols for it, but none of them really applied. He's like, well, where do you start? It wasn't bleeding at this point. This guy was, I guess, like the farmhand, and he was in the Army. And when he was in the Army, like I guess one of his things is he knew that the farm was dangerous, so he always carried a tourniquet with him, or had one in the tractor or something. So he had a regular tourniquet on his arm too, and that had stopped the bleeding, and it probably saved his life. But I'm just like, you know, like I guess we could start with you know, making sure that, you know, this doesn't get like dirty and disgusting, because like we're walking around in the middle of this, like, you know, we had like 20-mile-an-hour wind, and it was like gravel and dusty. I'm like, we should probably like get you inside or something. So we walk into his they had this little office in their barn, and you know, we walk in their office and everything, and I'm like, you need to sit down for a second. And he sits down, and I'm like, are you okay? I'm like, I know you're not okay, but are you okay? I'm like, you're not pale, you're not cold, your blood pressure's fine, like you don't seem to be in shock. I'm like, I would expect somebody to be in shock right now. And he's like, no. He's like, I really don't need it. I write with my right hand, and that's my left hand, and I really don't need it. I'm like, okay, how much pain are you in? And he's like, honestly, not at all. And I'm like, yeah, well, you're probably going to be in a few minutes. But and he was, when his adrenaline wore off, he was definitely in pain. But that's what he told me. He's like, well, I guess, he's like, I really don't need it. He's like, I can do everything without it. And I'm like, well, that's a good attitude to have, because I'm like, I don't know if they could just reattach your hand or not, but yeah, he was in pretty good spirits for having his hand lopped off and sent through the feed mixer. I will never forget that guy. He didn't give a shit. And there really wasn't anything for us to do as an ambulance either. I mean, it wasn't bleeding other than, you know, cover it up so that it wouldn't get infected and start an IV and dump a bunch of fluid in him and get his ass to the hospital. That was about it. It really wasn't even an emergency at that point. You know, he didn't lose. I asked him, I'm like, how much blood did you lose? And he's like, well, it looks like a lot, but I don't think it was a lot. You know, my partner went back there and looked, and he's like, well, there's really not that much blood back there. We don't think the guy lost that much blood. I mean, he was very lucky that, you know, he took care of it right away. But I mean, it wasn't even an emergency at that point. I mean, I specifically remember we told the ambulance to just slow down and not be in a hurry to get there, because it was not an emergency. Like, yeah, the guy lost his hand, but his hand wasn't getting reattached. I mean, he sent it through the fucking feed mixer. I mean, God knows where it was. You know, thing was still running when we got there, so who knows if it was in the feed or in the, you know, conveyor belt or what. But I mean, never forget that guy. And that's kind of how I feel about myself too. Like, you know, if I lost my, I don't know, if I lost my thumb or something, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. It's just a material thing. I don't give a shit. I'm kind of weird. I just don't care. Yeah, we had some interesting farm accident calls, that's for sure. Anybody who's been on a rural fire department knows how it goes. I'm not saying the stuff that gross anybody out, it's just honest. Like, you know, these aren't negative things, these are positive things. There's like a wreck over there, if there's a tow truck or something over there. But sometimes these people that are having the worst day of their life are sometimes more positive than people that are not. I don't even know what that is. It doesn't look like a wreck. I think it's just somebody that spun out backwards or something. Glad it's on that side, not this side.
Georgia. Charles, X-ray John, 1127.
Eastbound, you want to get in the right lane. Get in the right lane, eastbound.
Negative on the 31, it's just two vehicles off in the same spot. I'll need one to go, folks to pull out.
But yeah, we'll finish up with story time here, I guess, in case we come across anything. But yeah, we used to do some crazy shit though. I'll be honest with you, and somebody on Twitter I know is going to screen record this and just go, see, I told you. But you know, I tell you this right now, you know, 99% of the time when you see any sort of emergency vehicle with like lights on speeding, there's almost never an emergency. Usually it's blown out of proportion, or somebody's got to take a shit. I remember several times, you know, we'd go to eat at the buffet, and I worked with this guy. His name was Jimmy, and he always had to take a crap. And there were a few times where it was an emergency because he needed to go to a bathroom immediately. And we would absolutely throw the lights on and get through the intersections to get back to the garage, to the bathroom. And I have no problem saying that. And that was definitely a routine thing. Definitely kind of upset stomach after that buffet commonly, but I do miss some of the people. Yeah, good question. I do miss some of the people I used to work with. Not all of them. There were a lot of real tool bags in the emergency service world, especially fire and EMS. There's a lot of tool bags. A lot of little badge bunny princess whores and wiener floppers, you know. I'm not a big fan of these people, but there's a lot of good ones though too. I tell you what, this guy, his name was Jimmy. He's a big dude, and he's in his, at the time he was in his like late 20s, early 30s, and everybody hated on this guy. He was was just that guy that was going to get hated on just because he existed. I don't think he never did anything wrong, but he didn't fit in. Like, you know, this private ambulance company that I worked at after the hospital service, there was just a bunch of those little badge bunnies and the little fire department princesses, the little horse. Anybody who's worked in public safety knows exactly what I'm talking about. And yes, those are terms. They are things. They're not derogatory. They are things, but there were a lot of those running around, and he just didn't like that and didn't put up with it, and that's why he wasn't liked. But he was one of the best healthcare providers I'd ever met, even though he got dogged on all the damn time. Like, everybody always picked on Jimmy. Like, he kind of looked like Chris Farley. He kind of acted like him too. If anybody knows who that is, like, super nice guy. Like, didn't deserve any of the shit that got thrown his way at all. He was in the, like, I think he still is, it's that Bikers Against Child Abuse or whatever, that motorcycle club where they beat the shit out of people who abuse children. I don't think that's what they really do, but I guess, I don't know, it's something they help kids when their dad beat them up or something. I don't know. They do nice shit for kids, right? And, I don't know, he'd always have his little motorcycle buddies over from this group at work and stuff, and everybody would always make fun of him and shit for him. Like, hey, you guys are pieces of crap. Like, you got somebody here who actually cares. And that's why this guy was a good paramedic. It's because he actually cared about helping people. And that's what you can't learn. You can't learn to care about people. Like, you just have to care about people. And you shouldn't be in healthcare if you don't. But this guy was a hell of a guy to work with, because I'll never forget, we did a lot of long distance transfers, and we had a psychiatric patient that we somehow got stuck taking. Oh my god! From the loony bin. From the loony bin in Madison, frickin' Wisconsin, all the way up to the Winnebago facility up there near Green Bay. Anybody who's from the area knows that's where they send the criminal psychs. This one was a basket case and wanted to kill people. Anyway, so this crazy lady, and I'll say it because she was a criminal, and she was in the back of the ambulance. And this was the point in time where I was also the mechanic at this place too. The ambulance starts to overheat, and I'm like, oh fuck no, not today. We're about 45 minutes from the destination, and I'm just like, oh my god, we got crazy lady in the back. It's 100 degrees out, the ambulance is overheating. What do I do? So I pop the hood, so that it would open. It would spring open like 3 inches. That way you would get some airflow in there. I turned the heat on up front on full blast. And I put the lights on, and I did like 100 miles an hour down the road to like force air through this thing. And I'm like barely keeping this thing in operating range, and I'm just like, oh no. And it finally got to the point where I turned his air off in the back. I'm like, dude, I gotta turn your heat on. We're about to overheat, and I'm not fucking dealing with this broad on the side of the road. And so we're sweating our asses off in there, and I'm blowing the absolute shit out of every fucking intersection we come up to. I mean, we had an air horn on this thing with like a 20-gallon air tank. Well, it was like 2 10-gallon air tanks. Like this thing, you could run this air horn for like 90 seconds before this thing would run out of air. And it had 2 compressors on it, so it'd fill back up in like 20 seconds. I mean, this thing was, every fucking intersection, like, I'm pretty sure that I ran that thing out of air at every intersection. I'm just like, basically begging people to get the hell out of my way because I am not stopping and overheating with this broad. We're blowing every freaking intersection and just trying to get this freaking woman there before this thing overheats. And finally it got to the point where I'm like, all right, we can't do this anymore, we're done. So I pull it over, I shut it off, and I'm just like, fuck. Crazy lady starts freaking out, and Jimmy pokes his head up. He's like, hey, she wants a bag of chips. And I'm just like, well, Jimmy, I can't give her a bag of chips right now. We're in the middle of the fucking interstate. It's like, well, she wants a bag of chips. I'm like, well, what do you want me to do about it, Jimmy? And she's screaming, I want chips. I need my chips or I'm going to kill you, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, oh, my God, shut up. So this was a Type 3 ambulance, so we had the door between the front and the back. It wasn't just the little window, it was like the walk-through. So I shut the door and I locked it. And I was stressed. I needed peace and quiet for like 10 seconds. I'm just like, all right, Jimmy, it's your problem. So I slammed the damn door shut, and I'm not, and it had some soundproofing, so I didn't have to listen to her. And I'm just like, what the hell? So I call 911, and I'm like, hey, we are in out of the area ambulance. I got this crazy woman in the back of the ambulance, and I think we're gonna need the police. And you probably better send a couple of them, and you probably better send an ambulance to take her the rest of the way. And I'm like, okay. So here shows up, and this is where Jimmy comes in. Here shows up this fire department ambulance. I'm not kidding you. That's 2 hours away from where our ambulance existed. We were 2 hours away from home, so to speak. Shows up. Jimmy jumps out of the back of the ambulance, and this mustache dude just looks at him and goes, James? And I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sakes, do you know everybody? And apparently they work together or something, and I'm just like, okay, Jesus Christ, this guy does fucking know everybody. He's worked everywhere. But before all this happened, this lady just rips her fucking seatbelt off, and she gets up, and I'm just like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm walking. And I'm like, no, you are not, because you're in, I think the words that I used were, you're nuts, you're in my custody, I'm not getting sued. And I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I said, because I don't think she was actually nuts, and neither did the doctor. We think it was she was playing the system. She was a legit criminal, and I'm not going to talk about what she did, but she did some very nasty things. But I wasn't having it, and she gets up. And I don't know, she was in her 30s, and she was kind of a bigger chick, and she shoved me, and I'm like, oh, fucking hell no. And we had a protocol for this. If they hit or shoved you, it was free game. No joke. And I'm like, screw you, broad. So she got a hell of a shove back, and she got her ass planted back on that bench seat. And I didn't know what to grab, so I just grabbed a bunch of straps, and I just started tying her ass to the fucking bench seat. I was just like, fuck, not today. And she's just freaking out. She's like, I'm walking, I need my chips, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, lady, you're not going to get any chips. I'm miserable. It's 100 degrees out. I don't want to deal with you. You're going to freaking sit here, because if you get up and walk out of that intersection and you get hit by a car, guess who's getting sued? Me. And I'm not dealing with it. And oh my God, she's screaming, and the cops show up, and the cops handcuff her, and she starts spitting on the cops, and oh my God, she was real broad. But I tell you what, I got another good story here. I don't know, you guys probably know what happened with Jerry. So my partner, I had this guy, his name was Jerry, and you know what, he was actually a really good paramedic. He was older, but he talked a lot, and sometimes I was just sick and tired of listening to him talk. So we had we actually had another psych, but this guy was also a criminal, and the police didn't want to ride in the ambulance with us because they were sick of this guy. So they follow us to this mental hospital prison place. And Jerry's in the back with this guy, and I was so sick of listening to Jerry talk, so I shut the divider between the front and the back, and I turned on the only radio station I could pick up was it was Wham 1180, I think out of St. Louis, wherever the hell they're out of. It's just talk radio all freaking night, AM radio station, and I've got this at full volume, so I can't hear a thing. All I can hear is I don't know, some crazy talk. That guy, the guy that's on the AM stations at night on the conspiracy talk show, what the hell is that guy? You guys know who I'm talking about. Coast to Coast AM. Yeah, that group. I'm listening to Coast AM, and they're talking about, I don't know, flat Earth or something. Well, apparently there's been a struggle going on in the back of this ambulance for the past couple of miles. Well, all of a sudden the cops flip their lights on, and they get right up on my ass, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, what? So I start pulling over, and I look in the rear view mirror, and all I can see in the rear view mirror through the window in the divider door is this guy just choking the shit out of Jerry, and I'm just like, oh no. So they apparently were able to see through the back doors that Jerry was getting his ass kicked back there. And I'm like, well, this sucks. So I pull over, and I jump out. I go to jump in the back here. Long story short, for anybody wanting to sue me or use this as slander, somebody, may or may not have been me, may or may not have been the cops, may or may not have been Jerry, but somebody clubbed this guy with a metal clipboard, and clubbed his ass so hard he let go of Jerry, and then the cop rode with us for the rest of the way. And then the cops took us to Perkins and paid for our Perkins, which was kind of nice. And this was at 2 o'clock in the morning. So, but that was interesting. But and I will never forget that guy. He was an older cop, and he just at Perkins, he just leaned over the table and he goes, "Are you driving back?" I'm like, "Yeah, why?" And he's like, "Look, I don't care what you do. I don't." He's like, "I got plans for breakfast." He's like, "So we're gonna follow you back, but we just need to get there." And I'm like, "Oh, that's fine, man." I'm like, "I don't give a shit. Like, I drive like 100 miles an hour in this thing for no reason anyway." And he's like, "Good." So we're freaking, like racing all the way back, and we get back, and it's like the sun's starting to come up or whatever. I don't know. That was the story about Jerry getting his ass choked out. A lot of crazy shit happened at that garbage ambulance company. I tell you what. Fucking Jerry. Oh, I can tell you about Sarah. We had this crazy woman named Sarah too. She was something. She was so bad that when she finally quit, I got a cake and put Good Riddance Sarah on the cake. And everybody at work had some. She was that bad. She was just one of those people that like worries and freaks out about everything. And I'll never forget, we're on the way to this nursing home, and I mean, I'm hauling it. I honestly, guys, like, there's really a lot of older people that have been in fire and EMS will probably tell you there's no reason for a fire truck or an ambulance to go over 65 miles an hour. And I kind of agree with that because they're not made to be fast. Now, if you're dealing with one of those little vans, like Sprinter vans, that's a little different. But, these bigger vehicles aren't made for speed. But, there were times when, you needed to go a little faster than the old 65. I was doing probably a good 95 getting down the road, so we needed to get to this nursing home. It wasn't like a nursing home resident. It was somebody at the nursing home was like, I don't know, dying or something. I forgot what was happening, but it was a pretty legitimate ambulance call. I'm just hauling ass, and she's just in the passenger seat like, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, there's a car, there's a car, there's a car, there's a car." I'm like, "Yeah, and it's a divided highway, Sarah. It's on the other side of the fucking road. There's a car!" And I'm like, yeah, there's a car. And they've pulled over. Like, they're not in my way. "Oh my god, slow down, there's a car!" And I'm like, yes, on the right shoulder. It's a 4-lane highway. I'm in the left lane. They have pulled over and stopped their vehicle on the right shoulder. I'm not going to hit them. "Well, what happens if you get a flat tire and the ambulance pulls to the right?" "Well, then I guess we're screwed." Like, and then there was the time that, oh my god, this thing, the ambulance did blow a tire and it did pull to the right and it about rolled the son of a bitch. And she was freaking out so bad, she took a paper bag and literally started breathing heavily into the paper bag. I'm just like, oh my god, lady, calm down. She was the person that we hired to be the first manager of the new location we opened, and it was a mistake. And I'll never forget the time I was coming down this hill to make a left turn to go into our parking lot, and it was ice, and I knew that there was a good chance I was going to go up and over the curb, and I've got the brakes locked up. I mean, ABS is on. I'm going over the curb. I said, hold on. I said, hold on. We're going to hit the curb. And it was just a regular, like, 6-inch curb, like, in town. It was no big deal because on the other side of it was a little grass strip with another parking lot. So it wasn't a big deal. You would just go up and over it. Even if you would have got stuck, you could have just pushed it off. You know what I mean? It wasn't a big deal. And it wasn't going to damage anything. So I've got the wheels turned to the left and it's going straight. So I straighten the wheels out because I know I'm going to hit the curb. And it's like, well, if I hit the curb with the wheels straight, it's not going to hurt anything. But if I hit the curb with the wheels turned to the left, it's probably going to break a fucking tie rod or something. And I'm like, hold on. And she's just like, no, you're going to hit it. And she's like freaking out. I'm just like, oh, shut up. So me being the asshole that I am, I straighten out the wheels and I just fucking floored it. I floored it. I'm like, you know what? If I'm gonna hit it, I'm gonna freaking nail it. Just because I'm sick of this woman. And I did. I gunned it, and I freaking nailed that thing and about sent her ass out the damn freaking roof. And she's just freaking out. She's like, we're gonna have to do an incident report. We don't even have incident reports. We're gonna have to come up with a policy to do incident reports. We're gonna have to log this as an incident. You're probably gonna have to take a drug test. We need to call the police and do an accident report. And I'm just like, oh my God. I'm like, okay, you go ahead and call the police because I drove over a curb. Let me know how that goes. Crazy ass woman. Good riddance, Sarah. Jimmy and Sarah didn't get along because Sarah was mean to Jimmy, and I think she felt threatened by him. But I'll never forget the time she left her Netflix signed in at work, and Jimmy had just fucking had it with Sarah. So Jimmy goes into her Netflix and changes her like login name or whatever it shows on the welcome screen from Sarah to Queen Bitch. And she freaked out so bad, she drove into work, started freaking out, and called the cops. She called the cops because she thought it was harassment. She's like, I know it was Jimmy. Who was it? I'm like, I'm not getting involved. I'm sorry. She's like, it was Jimmy. I'm like, no, it wasn't Jimmy. She goes, it was you. And I'm like, no, it wasn't me. She's like, so it had to be Jimmy. And I'm like, no, it wasn't Jimmy. And she was so confused. It was Jimmy. But I was definitely sitting right there encouraging it the whole time. She was just awful. No business being in the back of an ambulance. Anybody who's like an I-99 or a paramedic or an RN, you guys are going to totally understand where I'm coming from with this, but this woman thought that the proper dose for IV epinephrine is I guess I should back up. So when you give a medication, you know, you can dilute it. You know, you give a medication through an IV, and it's diluted, and it's like, so you can do like 1 in 1,000, you know, or 1 to 1,000. So like that's 1 part epinephrine for, you know, 10,000 parts or whatever. So, you know, it's basically your dilution. Well, 1 to 1,000 epinephrine is like what you would give like intermuscular, like through a shot. I think I remember that right. It's been a long time. 1 to 10,000 is a smaller dose of epinephrine, right? Well, she had it mixed up. She's like thinking that we should be giving the IM or the basically the shot dosage through an IV. And I'm just like, and she almost did. And I just remember sitting there, I'm like, Sarah, that's going to kill the patient. And she's just like, no, that's what the dose is. And I'm just like, 1 to 1,000 and 1 to 10,000 is a huge difference. And she's like, no, we don't even do 1 to 10,000. I'm like, I just looked at her, like, you're going to kill the patient. I literally had to show her in a book of protocols while she's contemplating this why it was a bad idea. Meanwhile, patients, you know, about to die over there. All this over a severe allergic reaction. folks don't understand, but you know, you watch the TV shows and Grey's Anatomy and all that bullshit. You know, they've always got this flat line on their little heart monitor, and they shock it, and they magically come back to life. That's not how it works. So when you shock a patient, you know, with whether it's a automatic defibrillator or manual defibrillator or whatever, the shock does not start the heart. The shock actually stops the heart for a second. Yes, you heard that right. So if you have absolutely no heart, no electrical activity, shocking that's not going to do anything. The rhythms that we shock automatically or manually would be something like a ventricle fibrillation rhythm, where basically on the monitor it's just a bunch of squiggly lines. Like the heart is trying to beat, but it's not synchronized. It's not, you know, the top of the heart's not beating with the bottom of the heart. You know, the little ventricles aren't beating when they should, and they're conflicting. So the heart is beating, but it's not pumping anything. So it's not functioning. So, you know, your heart is just a pump. You've got, you know, two bigger chambers, or like sacs at the bottom, and then at the top you got smaller ones. The bottom squeezes, the top squeezes, it pulls and pushes blood. So like those muscles are spasming, and they're not, it's not effective to pump blood. So that is a very like viable patient to continue life-saving efforts on, because the chances of getting that back to a workable rhythm is pretty good if you've made it that far, and then, you know, don't have something else going on. So we've got, you know, basically a fibrillating rhythm on the monitor. It was like a LifePak 12 or whatever, old monitor, and it was just textbook. And she's just like, I don't think we should be shocking this. And I'm like sitting there doing CPR on this guy. I'm like, why? And she's like, it's not saying that we should shock. Something's not right. And I'm like, I just looked at her, and we had this new kid with me, and I looked at the new kid, and this kid's like, what? And I just looked at her, and I looked at the new kid, and I'm like, it's not an automatic defibrillator, Sarah. She's like, yeah, but it'll tell us if we need to shock the patient. I'm like, no. Like, that's what we're here for. Like, that's why we're here. Like, that's our job. Like, and this kid just looks at her, and he looks at me, and he's like, I think we need to help the patient now. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure we should stop CPR and probably shock the fucking patient. I will never fucking forget this. I fucking lost my shit. And she's just like, no, just keep doing CPR. I'll call the hospital and talk to the medical controller. I'm like, okay, all right, Sarah. Because our protocol was just not to transport. It was just do CPR on scene, just deal with it there. I'm like, okay, Sarah, you call the hospital and get laughed at. While she's calling the hospital, me and this new kid just ripped the monitor off of this guy. I just got one of the automatic defibrillators, put him on him, and guess what? You put it on, the first thing it said is shock. If I hit the button, fucking shock patient. And then it obviously absolutely no change. After like 2 more minutes of CPR, she starts freaking out. She's like, we gotta put him back on the monitor. I'm like, no. So we had these LifePak AEDs with us, just as backups. You know, if we had problems with the LifePak, like the monitors, manual defibs and stuff. And of course, the second round, shock advised, shock the patient, and guess what? The 12 lead on the monitor now shows an actual rhythm that makes sense. And guess what? The patient's starting to breathe again. So, you know, we used combi tubes. So you pull the combi tube out, and the guy's puking everywhere. And I'm just like, I was in a state of shock, because I'm just like, this woman almost killed this guy. Again. Like, I don't know how, she got reported in the state. I don't know how she's got even had a license. That was fucking scary. She just said, I'm like, you know, we should probably do something here. Oh no, the computer doesn't tell me to do anything. I'm like, the computer's not gonna fucking tell you to do anything, Sarah. That's your fucking job. That's literally what you get paid to do. We have to do something now. Like, holy shit, that was one of the last times I ever worked with her, because I think that was the incident that pushed her over the edge and why she quit. keep in mind, guys, this was like 8 years ago, so I mean, you know, whatever. But yeah, I got some interesting stuff that happened on that ambulance. We're just doing story time for the hell of it right now, guys. But man, I think about the stories I just told you, and it's like, man, she really wasn't screwed up, wasn't she? I want to think about it. God, I can't believe I had to work with that. Never again. Anybody who anybody who you know, has ever worked in healthcare right now is probably thinking that, wow, what the hell? Yeah, there were some scary situations though with that person, and you know, I won't ever say a last name or where she was from or anything, but you know, like. And a lot of these incidents all happened in the same week, but like, you know, the patient, you know, with the whole defibrillation incident and everything, like, she's a paramedic. I'm like, all right, well, let's get an airway in the patient here, because the patient is turning quite pale and is not breathing under their own power. This is before the guy arrested, but. It's like, you know, the patient's not really breathing under his own power here, appears to be unconscious. You know, we should probably insert some sort of an airway device here so that the patient can continue to receive the oxygen that's required to live here. And I think I'm pretty sure that I said something real smart ass like that. I was like, well, I think it's time to insert an airway now so that the patient's brain can continue to receive oxygen. You know, because that's really important. Believe it or not. And she's like, oh, we can intubate the patient. And I'm like, yes, very good, Sarah. We can do that. And she's got an ET tube, and she's, you know, this guy is, you know, on the floor. And, you know, really the only way to stick one of them in is to kind of like lay down on your stomach, because you got to like visualize the vocal cords and kind of thread the needle a little bit. And she like takes one look in there. So you take this laryngoscope, which is this like L-shaped thing you use to kind of get the guy's tongue the fuck out of the way. And you gotta look right down their damn throat, look for some vocal cords, and shoot the gap between them. And the principle of it, you know, the fundamental is really not that hard. I mean, you just gotta like calm down. And she like takes one look in there and she just goes, nope, not a candidate for intubation. And I'm like, why? Like, meanwhile, like, you know, family's watching, and I'm just like, why? No visual on the vocal cords. This kid that just got his, like, EMS license was there, like, watching, and he just looks at me and he kind of mumbles, well, I fucking saw him. And she's like, well, would you like to do it? Because I'm the paramedic, so I'm required to do the intubation. Okay, Sarah, you do that. You know, patient's sedated, you know, you're running out of fucking time here. But this was after she had to ask, you know, how much rocuronium is a sedative. So she's like, after she had to ask how much basically sedative to give the patient, or paralytic, whatever you want to call it. But, like, whatever, you know, patient's basically paralyzed here and is in the process of dying. You know, let's fuck around some more. Jesus Christ. And so I said, fuck it. So, you know, we had this, you also had these devices. I don't even know if people use them anymore. but if they're still around, it's called Combi Tube. It's like a 12-inch long piece of like half-inch tubing, and it's got a little balloon on the end of it, and it's like got a balloon on the end and a balloon toward the top, and the whole idea is you stick it down somebody's throat, jam it down in there good, and then you can put a bag valve mask on the end of the piping, and you shove it down in there good, and then you put this on top of it, and then you squeeze air into them. You stick it down their throat. You've got these little syringes to fill up the balloons, and then you fill up the balloons. There's little hoses on them, and then that way that there's a seal in there. And there's one on the bottom and on the top, just in case they like puke. That way the puke doesn't come up and go back down into their lungs. It's to seal that area off. And you can accidentally, like, it's kind of a blind airway. Like, you can get it, you can shove it in there and very easily go into the esophagus, not the trachea. And it's not a big deal. You just pull it out and start over. And I was never very good at these things, so I just shoved it in there, and yeah, of course, it's in the esophagus. And you can tell because you put a little bit of, you squeeze a little air in, and you can listen over their stomach, and you get like stomach gurgling sounds if you're in the wrong hole. And it was. So I told this new kid, I'm like, pull it out, put it in the. I said, pull it out, put it in the other hole, and shut up. And he got it back in the esophagus again too. I'm like, okay. Sarah is just freaking out at this point. So she's got 12 lead on this guy. She's just got her IV. Man, she is a kid at Christmas. It took her like 5 tries. This all happened in a course of like 90 seconds. She's just a kid at Christmas, 15 tries later, she's got her IV after this guy has got like bruised arms because she's poked him 17 fucking times and missed every time. It's like a crime scene in there. There's so much blood everywhere from her failed IV attempts. And she's just like, no, you don't know what you're doing. And I'm just like, oh my fucking God. So I take, and we ended up finally getting it where it needed to go. And I will just never forget the look on this family's face, just watching this in horror. Like, oh my God, this clown show showed up. And now this woman is like screaming because she can't see vocal cords because they don't know what's going on. She's screaming about his vocal cords. She's screaming, trying to get this IV in, and now there's like blood everywhere because she's just missing and just stabbing this guy with this freaking IV needle. And me and this kid are like calm. We're like, no big deal. Like, it's our job to deal with this. Like, this is what we're here for. And it wasn't like, and we knew that this guy was pretty bad off, but it wasn't. We knew that we were in a pretty good position to help this guy. This was a witnessed cardiac arrest. He was warm. We had everything we needed. We could deal with this guy. We ended up saving the guy's life. He's okay. But I'm just like, she was just like freaking out. I don't want to portray to anybody that this was like bad for this patient. Like, there were 2 of us besides Sarah that knew what was going on. Like, the patient was very well taken care of. But she was just like running around like she wasn't even part of this process. It was honestly the most embarrassing thing ever because I felt like I was looked at like a fucking idiot. And she's just, my God. If I ever run into her at Walmart or something, I'm gonna, I don't know, throw a piece of cheese at her. I don't know, Chris, but she might have got sued. It's very possible. But that's still how some of these new paramedics are. Like, nothing against anybody who's a new paramedic at all, but sometimes there's an ego or a trip where these people think they're God. And one of the things that was taught to me by somebody very, very smart, this guy's actually the fire chief for some like remote area in Alaska now or something. Super smart guy, super calm, super respectful, like just really good at his job. Really good person. But I'll never forget the first or second day when I was taking the first EMT class, he's just like, you know what? You guys need to remember when you walk out of here, you're not fucking God. And it's a good point, and he's right. Some of these people think they're God. Oh, I'm a paramedic. I saved the day. It's like, no, you don't. That's not the right attitude. Well, Now, I hear stories from somebody I may or may not be living with, but you get these 20-year-old little paramedics. I don't even know how you can be how that works, because 21 for controlled substances, but whatever. They get these little paramedics that are 2 days on a paramedic class, and they're bossing people around that have been doing this job for 6, 7, 8 years. Well, I'm a paramedic, and you're just an I-99 or an IV tech or something. It's like, yep, cool. And you know what? That 6, 7, 8 years of job experience trumps your little 2 minutes of your paramedic license. And that was a very common attitude in the EMS and fire world, honestly. It's not good. It's not a good attitude. And it's always these freaking young people, too, I swear. Like, there's some good young providers out there, but it's some of these guys, like, they think they're fucking God. It's just ridiculous. Like, they'll show up to an accident scene, and I actually encountered one of these not too long ago. And I'm going to actually open up with you guys about a story that I've been holding off on. But this actually coincides similar. Pulled up on a pretty bad car accident a couple months ago, and wasn't streaming or anything. But I stopped, and the guy wasn't doing very well, but he made it. I mean, he was gonna make it. He was just in a lot of pain, and and I'm like, all right, well, and I'm trying to talk to the guy, and I'm like, hey man, like, there's absolutely nothing I can do for you. I'm gonna sit here with you until somebody shows up that can. I'm like, but I want you to know there's absolutely nothing I can do to help you right now. I told him, I said, you're not bleeding out. Your legs broken in like 14 spots here and there. You got bones sticking out, but you're looking a hell of a lot better than a lot of people I've seen. This guy, maybe in his like mid-20s or something, shows up with this stupid little red light in his window, and he comes out with this like ID card, and he's flashing it. He's like, I'm with the fire department. I'm with the fire department. And he's like, step away. And I'm just like, oh, okay. So I didn't step away, because I honestly thought the guy was like impersonating someone, honestly. But I kind of look at him and I said, yeah, howdy. I said, I used to manage an ambulance service. I've been an EMT for almost over 10 years now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm with the fire department. Okay. I'm like, are you an EMT or are you a volunteer? Like, what are you? I'm a driver. Like, oh, okay. I'm like, do you have any medical training? I have CPR. I'm like, oh. And I kind of laughed at the guy in the fucking driver's seat who's all crushed up. He goes, well, I'm not dying. I don't need that. And I said, I'm not going to say the guy's name, but and I said the guy's name, I'm like, okay, so-and-so. Like, well, I will stay with you until an ambulance gets here. I'm just like, okay, kid, like, that's good that you showed up, but it's like, before you kick somebody out of an accident scene, like, you should make sure that they don't know more than you. Like, otherwise you look really stupid, because I've even had that before. I've showed up to accidents or whatever, even at work, and somebody's been standing there, and like, I'm not like, hey, get lost, but I've been like, hey, we're here now, thanks, have a good day, you can move on. And then the guy will be like, well, I'm actually like an emergency room doctor. I'm like, oh, okay, well, scratch that, please stay. Like, it's always good to ask, hey, are you by chance a doctor or something, before you tell someone to leave. So. But no, the story I was going to tell you, and again, I didn't tell this story because it goes against, I don't believe that we should brag about. In my opinion, when somebody does something good to help other people, I don't think they should be posting all over social media about it. I think it's gross. I really do. I think it's fake. I feel like it's all for views. But I will talk about this because I was going to say this at the end of the year and I forgot. You guys remember the Rolling Fork Silver City thing? After that night, I posted that I wanted a defibrillator in the vehicle because, like Daniel's got one, Greg Ansell's got one, a couple other guys have one. And you know what? I'm just sick and tired of not being as useful as I could. It's like, I should have a defibrillator in the car because we're around enough people. I drive a lot of miles. We might need it for somebody. And I put a thing out on Twitter or Facebook. It was like, hey, I don't have any money for this. If anybody does, like, would you mind buying me one? And a bunch of these little storm chaser crybabies threw a fit. Oh, you're just pretending to be a hero. Oh, you don't know how to manage your finances. You should be able to afford that. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, wow, fuck you guys. And this year, a couple of months ago, and again, I'm not saying this to talk about myself. I'm saying this because it's kind of an I told you so since we're on the medical topic. But I pulled up at a Love's or a Pilot or whatever it was, and I'm inside, and somebody actually had a witnessed cardiac arrest. Apparently, they didn't have defibrillators, and the guy lived. Apparently, I guess we found out he had a pacemaker, and pacemaker didn't function or something. I don't know. And we didn't even know he had a pacemaker when we were there until like we paid more attention and realized he's got a big lump in his chest. We're like, I wonder if that's a pacemaker that wasn't functioning. Whoops. But anyway, defibrillated him anyway, and somebody had already called an ambulance or whatever, and they had the area that I was in, they had EMD, which is emergency medical dispatch. It's a certification that gives some dispatchers the ability to like talk people through medical stuff, like how to stop bleeding, crap. It basically means they know the basics of like first aid and can appropriately explain it over the phone. So they had an EMD dispatcher, and the guy that was on the phone, there was a couple guys, I guess they were truck drivers that were trying to do CPR on this guy, and like, I didn't even notice it was happening, and I'm like, does anybody here like know what's going on? Like, is an EMT doctor, anybody, and nobody is like, all right, no defibrillator. I'm like, does anybody have a defibrillator? Of course, they're all looking at me. I'm like, it's an AED. It's probably on the wall somewhere. Do you have that? And the worker's like, I think so, but I don't remember where it's at. And I'm just like, of course you don't. I'm like, all right. Like, because I had my Tahoe, and I said, in the Tahoe out there, see the storm on it. And I could tell this lady wasn't listening. And I'm like, listen. She's like, okay. And I grabbed her. I'm like, seriously. In that Tahoe, I gave her my keys. I'm like, walk out there. And I said, don't run, because if you fall down and break this thing, fuck. I'm like, walk out there, quickly get this thing. It's called defibrillator. It says AED on it. It's bright red. And if you look behind the passenger seat, it's on the floor. I just bring that in here as quickly as you can without causing a scene and without falling on your face. And of course, she runs as fast as she can out there. Almost like we're watching out the window, like as we're trying to help this guy. I'm just like, she's gonna get run. She almost got hit by a truck. And I'm just like, that's all we fucking need. So she comes back in with it. You know, we used the defibrillator on this patient, and we kept the defibrillator on him. And I think this guy ended up getting shocked like 4 times. And ambulance gets there, and I asked the ambulance, I'm like, do you want this on him, or do you want yours on him, or what? Like, no, you just keep doing what you're doing. We'll deal with this. Just what you're doing is working. So we ended up, it gave no shock advised a couple of times. But anyway, I'm like, you guys take it with if you don't want to take it off. So they load him, and they're about ready to go, and they go to switch him over, and they actually shock advised again. They actually were able to, the guy lived right before they took him, and I got my defibrillator back. And what was really nice was because it was an ambulance, it was a supervisor that showed up, and the supervisor actually told me, he's like, do you need replacement pads for that defibrillator? And I'm like, yeah, I only have one set. And he's like, okay, hold on. He's like, you know, our fire station's like 10 minutes down the road. He's like, either do you want to meet me down there, or are you staying here or what? I said, well, I can follow you. Anyway, long story short, my card wasn't working. I was trying to get gas, and he went down there, got it. He brought me back 3 sets of defibrillator pads that work with that defibrillator. And he's like, just keep them. And I'm like, how much do I owe you? And he's like, just keep them. So they replaced my pads, so I didn't have to buy them, and now I have 2 spares. And they're not expired, they're actually current ones. And the reason I tell this story is it's not to say, hey, look, I was a hero. It's to say, hey, look, something that our viewers purchased for us actually saved somebody's life. And I can't post it all over the internet, it's inappropriate. But it's a big I told you so for me, because it's like, you know, all these haters out there bitch and bitch and bitch about everything I do. And it's like, you know, I guess it wasn't so stupid, was it? Because this guy might not have lived. He might have. He probably would have. The ambulance got there pretty quick. But it was the fact that it helped somebody. That's why I think these chasers out here are so toxic. Not all of them, but a lot of them really are. You know, they want to brag about I don't know, doing something nice for somebody, that's cool. But what about the people? Why don't the people that don't brag about that shit get support? Well, the answer is simple. It's because they don't brag about it. You know, so that's why I always tell the audience, like, hey, make sure you guys read between the lines. You know, there's more than meets the eye sometimes. Let's put it that way. You know, I see a lot of younger storm chasers out here too that are really trying hard and they're struggling and they're doing the right thing and they're not getting recognized for it. And it's because they want to stay humble. But the problem is like they should be getting some support for it, but they don't because no one knows because they're too humble to tell anybody. And I see them doing it, and I have a huge amount of respect for that. You know, it sucks that the people that struggle are usually the ones out here for the right reason. But I tell you guys, you know, there's no reason that you guys can't go and get some basic first aid training. You know, even if you don't do any sort of dangerous activity, like you should learn how to stop somebody's bleed and how to help them if their heart isn't functioning properly. Like those are some of the basic things you can do, and I think everybody needs to learn how to do it. Even if you're too nervous to go to a class, just start. You know, go on the internet. There are good quality classes that are free on the internet. At least you'll have an idea. You know, it's just. Since we're on the topic, we'll keep streaming here for just a little bit, but I don't know, it's the stuff I wanted to talk about. There's a lot that goes on in the storm chasing world that's kind of crazy stuff like that people don't know about because it's not appropriate to talk about. I don't think that it's appropriate every time you do something good in life. I don't think it's appropriate to talk about it. You know, I believe that that's kind of exploitation. Like, I'm just going to use an example. I'm not saying anybody does this, and I don't know if anybody does do it. But I know at one point it was a hot thing to do. Let's say there's a car accident that happens right in front of me right now, and I pull over to help them. You know what? If I truly do save somebody's life in that car accident, I'm probably going to feel pretty good about it. I'm going to probably be pretty happy with myself. I'm going to feel really good about it. And I'm going to be thinking, man, I'm really happy with this experience. I feel really good. A lot of people, what happens, and the reason they start coming off as bragging, is they go immediately to Twitter or Facebook when they do something good, and they're happy with themselves. And they're like, OMG, OMG, you know, look at that. And it's their way of saying, hey, I'm proud of myself. So it's important not to necessarily judge people for doing that. But when it becomes a constant pattern and they do it every 30 freaking minutes, that's when I call bullshit. You know, the untrained person who's not a professional, who pulls up on a car accident, the car's on fire, you know, they put the fire out and get the baby out of the back seat and save the day. They're going to post about it on the internet because they're proud of themselves. They don't know that that's not really appropriate. They don't know. So it's perfectly understandable. But when you have people that literally do it every 30 freaking seconds about, oh, look at me, that's when I start calling a little bit of an issue. Because I feel like that's I almost feel like that's looking for problems to solve, to exploit those problems for views. And I don't stand for that. And like I said, I'm not saying I got anybody or any group in mind. I've just seen it in general. I don't stand for that. That's not what this life is supposed to be about. So that's why I wanted to say that. There's a difference between the two. The Bible says good, do good. So I have no idea. I just learned that God and Jesus were different people like a year ago. I am not religious, but anybody that wants to be religious is more than welcome to. So I don't know if it says that, but I'm sure it probably does. That sounds like a very Bible thing to say. So yeah, no joke, guys. I thought God and Jesus were the same person all the way up until 2023. I'm not kidding. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not. I always add that disclaimer because, like, when I say I'm not religious, sometimes people think that, oh, you're anti-religious. No, I'm not anti-religious. You guys can be whatever religion you want to be. I'm not anti-religion. I'm not religious because I have a problem with religion. I'm not religious because I don't know anything about it. I didn't grow up that way. And, man, that is an ugly ambulance. I don't know anything about it. I just don't do that. I just don't do that. I don't have an opinion either way about it. So, you know, I've got friends who are very, very much, you know, holy rollers and people that are against that. And I really just don't care, you know. And I think that's a thing that a lot of people need to get with these days, though, because there's a lot of people that are either snotty if you're not the religion they want, or they're snotty if you don't believe the same thing. And it's like, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. You know, and I think, yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to live. But yeah, I'm not kidding. I honestly thought that they were the same person. And Nikki recently educated me that there's this lady named Mary that apparently had a baby too, and I'm just like, oh my god, guys, we're going down a rabbit hole. I'm gonna have to start watching some YouTube videos about this Bible thing. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, I thought that this was a book that talked about how Jesus became God as he grew up or something. I didn't realize that there was like a whole family of these people and a camel or something too. And this is, honest to God, folks, this is new to me. I'm very ignorant. I'm gonna have to start watching some YouTube videos here. We have a lot of healthcare providers that actually get in the chat. It's actually a pretty common topic around here. I mean, I suppose it makes sense because I talk about it a lot, but we do attract a lot of healthcare providers. But I tell you what, though, like, there's a lot of good ones out there. You know, I know I've told you a lot of stories about the bad ones here today, but there are a lot of good ones. You know, like, well, Jimmy was a good one. I had some good people I worked with at one point, and really, I mean, very resourceful. We had, for some reason, the hospital service that I was on, we did transfers, and we did for the city too, the 911 service and everything. We had a lot of, well, at the time they were I-99s, but we were switching over to be a paramedic service, because in Wisconsin for a while there we had, it was, you could be an you could be an EMR, or, well, you could be a first responder. So one first responder, then you could be an EMT. You could be an EMT IV tech, which was basically just the ability to start an IV. And then you could be an EMT I-99, which was almost a paramedic. I think, or you could be a paramedic. But then they simplified it, and it's just EMR, which is, you know, your first responder, EMT, advanced EMT, and then paramedic. And then, you know, you can get a critical care endorsement, all your endorsements on top of that. But at the time, most of them were I-99s. There was an I-99 service at the hospital. No, it wasn't an EMT service. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, a lot of them were Army medics, and those are some of the most resourceful people I've ever met, because, you know, there are a lot of them are just trained to do procedures and everything with basically with bare bones nothing. And you can learn a lot from people like that. And I'm not just talking like Army medics that, you know, stayed around here all the time. I'm talking about people that went and saw, like, people's heads get blown off and shit. I mean, I learned a lot from those guys, honestly. And they were the best people to work with because they didn't take stuff too seriously. I mean, you could have a patient that was dying and it was nothing to them. You know, they could still talk to that patient and make them feel like everything was okay. I mean, really, really good people. I really believe that these people that come out of services, especially the Army, are usually exceptionally good people. Especially when it comes to like the medics and everything, they're always really, really good. the places simultaneously, but one of the services that I ran off with was just an ambulance, no fire department, just an ambulance, and we had a bunch of old people, and my God, they were something. I mean, you got the 75-year-old retired school principal driving the fucking ambulance, 110 miles an hour down the road, just looks back at you, and it's, I'm kind of sitting, I'm in the back, we're going to this car accident, it was it was an ambulance where you could sit between, you had the door between the front and the back, so I was kind of crouched down there, so it's kind of the third wheel, and he just starts laughing, and he just turns around, he just looks at me, he's got this big smile on his face, and we're going to a really bad car accident, guys. I mean, you knew it was bad because, the law enforcement that was on scene was, every time they'd key their radio up, all you could hear was just people screaming in the background. You knew it was bad, and they just, like, every 2 minutes, where's the ambulance, where's the ambulance, where's the ambulance? I mean, we're hauling ass. This guy just opens his mouth wide, just freaking hilarious, just laughing his ass off. His dentures damn near came out, and I'm like, what? And he just points at the speedometer, and he's like, we're going over 100 miles an hour. And I'm just like, well, Jesus Christ, don't kill us. And he's like, God, I hope I do. And I'm, it's like, those were the kind of people that I liked working with, because, they could do a really good job and be safe, but they wouldn't get you killed. Like, they knew how to be lighthearted and personable without jeopardizing their job. And those were the people that I always liked. And I'd put that guy, all he did for us was drive. And I tell you what, I was so happy when he was signed up to be the driver, because I knew we were going to get where we needed to go without getting killed. I mean, he was a 75-year-old retired school principal, didn't give a shit in the world, and I think he still drives. But he didn't give a shit in the world, but damn it, he took pride in being able to drive as fast as he possibly could without killing anybody on the road. He was pretty good at it. But I always liked working with those kind of people. There was this guy I worked with, his name was Riley. He was a cocky old son of a bitch. And he was just, he thought, we had in the ambulance, it was an F-750 chassis. Ford F-750. Freaking huge. If you've ever seen an international freight liner, like straight truck chassis, like that one over there on the left, that red one right over there, that ambulance. Basically that size. And didn't have air brakes though. But that size. And so this thing was a heavy bitch. I mean, this thing was huge. And so we're going down hills. You can't go 80 miles an hour down a freaking hill where there's a tree at the T intersection, where if you keep going straight, you hit the tree, and then slam on the brakes with like 5 feet to spare and expect the ambulance to stop. This was the kind of kid that would, drive, 100 miles an hour all the way up to a stop sign, slam on the brakes, almost hit the tree, and then wonder, well, there's something wrong with the ambulance, it's not stopping. I'm like, yeah, dumbasses, because you're doing 80 miles an hour and you put the pedal to the floor. Like, the laws of physics say you have like 20,000 pounds of vehicle in motion here. It's not going to just stop, buddy. Like, it's not. This guy drove a freaking Kia. It's a car. Kia Optima. This guy drove a Kia Optima. I'm like, buddy, it's not your Kia Optima. I'm like, oh, I hated work. And I always got stuck working with that guy because I was the only person that would work with him without throwing a fit about it. Everything was an emergency with that guy, I tell you what. He was one of those, some of you guys know this type of person, wink. He was one of those people that always had to be talking on the radio too. Like, he felt important. So, they would, we weren't always, we were paid full time, but we weren't required to always babysit the ambulance. We'd be driving around town or whatever. The police department took the 911 call, so they would, page the ambulance personnel. And, we had lights and sirens in our cars, and, so we'd haul ass to get down there. It was just protocol that when we, pager went off, we would jump on the radio, and both people that were working on the ambulance would mention that, tell the police department that they heard the page. That way they knew that people were actually going to show up and take the ambulance somewhere. And he was like, he was always that guy. I'm not kidding. He would. So back up. So the way, and everybody knew this is how it worked, but the way that the radio system worked was the police department would have to physically switch, because they were very basic. They just had a radio. They didn't have a console or anything. They just had a radio. They would have to physically switch zones in the radio and then switch channel to an input link for the countywide paging system. Send the page out twice, and then switch back. So there was like a second, or it would take them 5-10 seconds to go back to the dispatch repeater. And this guy, he would get on there and like acknowledge his page like 2 seconds after they're done. Like they're not even done talking, on the other channel, and this guy's already 412. I heard it. We're gonna be around. And eventually, we had a dispatcher, this old lady. She snapped on. She's like, 412. When you're done with this call, please stop by the police department so I can show you why I cannot acknowledge you on your terms. And oh my God, you knew shit was up. And we did. We drove the ambulance to the police department, and she's smiling. She's waiting for him. She's like, Riley, I would love to show you why my job is a little more difficult than you think it is, and why it takes me more than 5 seconds to talk to you. Because the backstory to this was if she didn't hear him right away, he would throw the biggest fit. Like he would call 911 and be like, I won't say her name, and he'd be like, I need so and so. She's not acknowledging us on the radio, and it's like, oh my God, because that was just procedure. Like if they didn't answer on the radio, just call 911 because they would get the call anyway. And it's just like, oh my God, but he was that kind of person. And, I'll never, I was going down there, I was a ways out of town because I went to go get something to eat. I was a little bit outside of town, so I was going to be a little bit long. So I get on the radio and I'm like, hey, take the ambulance to the call. I'll show up and I'll meet you at the call. And he would call me like on the radio like every 30 seconds. Status. And I was just like driving, like this guy like just talking on the radio made him feel important. Like we would be like at a house, like I would walk out to the ambulance to get something and he would be inside, and we were totally within like talking range. Like I could see him 20 feet away where he could just be like, hey, grab this. He would grab the radio and be like, I guess I won't use our numbers because somebody's gonna figure out who we work for. We'd be like, whatever, hey you from Hey Me, make sure you grab this too. And I'm just like, yeah, dude, I'm looking at you right now. I'm watching you talking to your radio. Like, you don't need to use the walkie-talkie to talk to me when I'm standing 10 feet away from him. This guy was the most arrogant fucking turd. And I always got stuck working with him because, like, I felt bad for him because nobody would work for him. And I was the only one that didn't throw a hissy fit when I got put on the schedule with him. Maybe I should have thrown a hissy fit so I didn't get put on the schedule with him. But yeah, man, that guy had to do everything by the book. Oh my God. And when I say by the book, I mean this is the kind of guy that would read the book in the process. He's just something else. All right, easy pass. So yeah, that's my backstory. We pretty much exited the snow zone. You guys talk about mechanism of injury. So one comment I want to make that always grinds my gears in the storm chasing world is you get these kids out there that they heard it from someone, so they repeat it like, oh, there's no reason to help somebody, you know, or whatever if they look obviously deceased or beyond help. And that's becoming something I hear echoed in the storm chasing world a lot. And one of the things that confuses me is why? Unless you are, I would say unless you're at least a paramedic, I don't think you should be making the call to not help somebody because you think they're beyond help, because we've rolled up on some car accidents where I've thought, oh man, this guy's dead, and you walk over and they're breathing. You know, you walk over and like there's just, you know, blood everywhere. It's like there's no, and you know, you see the body laying there and you're like, there's no way this guy's alive. And you walk over there and they're unconscious, but they're barely breathing. But to the untrained eye who doesn't actually pay close attention, they probably say, oh, that one's done. You know, I don't know. It's kind of like, too, I hate that some of you folks have probably heard this, and it seems like a lot of these EMS providers keep echoing this too, like, not you guys, but like just in general. Well, if it's a cardiac, you know, if the person doesn't have a pulse and it's after a car accident, it's just a deceased individual because it's a traumatic cardiac arrest or whatever. It's not fixable. Okay, well, but do you know that the car accident caused the cardiac arrest or whatever? Like, no, if the car accident occurred 10 minutes ago, okay, I get it. But what if somebody had a heart attack and then crashed their car? Like, maybe the car accident is not what caused the problem here. Like, that might not be the primary concern here. Now, this was a common issue that I've actually seen this a couple of times with people too. Like, someone's in a car accident and they're unconscious and they're all beat up. Okay. Are they bruised, bloody, and broken because of the car accident? Or are they a diabetic and did they pass out and then get in a car wreck? Like, what's going on here? Like, we actually had it in our protocols, and I thought it was fantastic. We would do a blood sugar on, if they were in a car wreck and they were warm, as long as they weren't stone-ass cold, if they were unconscious, they were immediately getting a blood sugar by somebody. You know, and checking, is this person diabetic, or what history do we have? Because, you know, that happens with tornado debris and stuff too. Like, that was really nitpicked by a lot of these people after like rolling forward, because there were a lot of chasers that tried life-saving measures on people that were probably somewhat obviously past being able to be helped. And then they were making fun of them for it, which is bullshit. Because you know what? I'd say those chasers made the right call. Because we don't know that the tornado killed them. How do you know that that person who's not stone cold, who is warm, how do you know that they didn't coincidentally have a medical emergency and then get hit by a tornado 30 seconds later? Probably didn't happen, but you know what? It might have happened. It might not be a pulseless person because they got thrown from their house in a tornado. It's, how do you know this person doesn't have a cardiac history and it literally scared the shit out of them and they're basically in cardiac arrest and you could have helped them? How, you don't know that. You know, in a triage situation, sure, but you don't know that. You know, and to just say, oh, you know, if they don't have a pulse and they're not breathing, just walk away. Okay, in a triage situation, okay. But when you've got one person laying there after, like, if you're not medical personnel, no, help the person. And unless they're stone cold and purple, for all you know, that could have been a problem that happened and it had nothing to do with the tornado or the car accident. And I talk about that a lot. And I don't think anybody's listening. I don't think that any of these new chasers out here give a shit. I think so many of them just want to be heroes. You know, it scares me, and I'm not going to name names or anything, but I witnessed an event, and I don't think it's anybody you guys pay attention to, but I witnessed an event where there was somebody that could have been helped, and there were chasers there, and they weren't helping. They were just standing there. And I'm like, what is the matter with you? And I like get out of the car and I'm yelling at them. I'm like, what is the matter with you? I'm like, go help this person. And I'm like, it's just like, what are you doing? And I remember I grabbed one of them and I just shoved him. I'm like, I shoved him toward the patient. I'm like, go. Like, what are you fucking doing? And you know what? And like I said, I don't think this person live streams. But this person, 2 or 3 days later, guys, I want to open up to you guys about something that really changed my life the other night. There was a car accident, blah, blah, blah. And I want to comment on there. You didn't fucking help. You fucking sat there and stared at everybody. You could have helped somebody, but you stood there and did nothing. And now you're like, oh, it changed my life. And, you know, I'm so glad that I was able to be in the right place at the right time. And it's like, what? You didn't do a fucking thing. That's what I'm talking about. Exploiting people's misery for views. God, I want to roast that person. And I won't, but I wanted to freaking comment on there so bad. You know, that's the problem. That's what scares me. Like, there's good people out here, but there's so many people that'll just, and it's not just the storm chase thing. There's so many people that'll just go right on by somebody that's suffering. Even with animals, there'll be a suffering animal. You know what, guys? I had to shoot a deer once because God, that sounds so dumb. There's some hunters out there like, oh yeah, I remember my first time. You know, this was probably back. It was between one of the two hurricanes. Somebody hit a deer, and then they just got back in the car and kept driving because I called the cops and I'm like, hey, there's I'm pretty sure I saw the car hit the deer, but they just left, and the deer is alive. I'm like, she's like, well, we'll send an officer out. And I'm like, hey, and this was in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, hey, you know, I used to be, you know, on the ambulance and stuff. I understand, you know, you probably don't want to give an ETA, but is it gonna be a while because this deer's alive and it's like not in good shape, but it's not gonna die, but it's in bad shape. And she's like, yeah, this is like the 3rd or 4th call on the list. And I'm like, okay. I said, well, I'm gonna shoot the deer. And she's like, okay, hold on a second. And she came back and she's like, okay, well, that's fine, but just stay on scene, you know. I'm like, okay. I went and I shot the deer and killed the fucking deer, and the cop showed up and he's like, well, thanks for doing that because I hate doing it. And I'm like, well, I fucking hate doing it too. I said, I almost fucking cried. Like, people will just, you know, sit there and I'm not saying this car should have like shot the deer for me, but it's just like, this car just went on. I'm like, the least they could have done was stop. I'd be like, hey, this deer is clearly suffering, and then call the police and reported it so somebody could have came and dispatched the deer. Like, people are just so fucking self-centered anymore. It's just ridiculous. You know, there was a fucking car fire, like, back in February or March. There's a car fire. And the guy was trying to get his stuff out of his car. This was on I-55. He's trying to, up by Memphis. He's trying to get his stuff out of his car. And there's just people driving by him, like, taking pictures. I'm like, stop and help the guy. It was an older guy. I pull up behind him. And he's, like, feverishly trying to get shit out of his car. And I roll up. I'm like, hey, have you called this in? And he's like, yeah, but he's like, I need to get my shit out. I'm like, I know. It's like, we're trying to get his shit out, just like throw it down in the ditch so he can get out of his car. I mean, everybody's driving by. This wasn't an interstate. It was like a state highway. The speed limit was 45 miles an hour. I'm like, somebody couldn't have stopped and helped the poor guy who's clearly struggling. Like, all those cars, there was a bunch of traffic. It's like, and there was a big shoulder. I mean, somebody safely could have pulled over. You could see it for miles. There was a big freaking black cloud there, for shit's sakes. But it's like, somebody couldn't have stopped and helped this guy. What the hell is wrong with people? Guys, get some sort of training. If you become injured or are seriously hurt, nobody is coming to help you. I'm dead serious. You know, an ambulance might come or whatever, fine. But if you're out in the middle of nowhere, nobody is coming to help you. There's no good Samaritan. Assume absolutely nobody is coming to help you. You need to know how to help yourself and your family and those people that you come across. Nobody's going to stop and help. If you're sitting on the side of the road bleeding out, I guarantee, I can pretty confidently say that there's probably not going to be anybody that's going to stop. It's unfortunate. learn how to fucking save yourself and save the people around you. Because you know what? The way this world is, you just might have to do it at some point. Nobody's, you know, the attitude of, oh, somebody will show up. Nope, throw out the window. Because it ain't happening. It's sad, though. It's really sad. like, after a tornado hits a town, like, I've witnessed him do this. Like, he goes up to people and talks. It's not just, hey, I'm going to take pictures of you and get you on video so I can make money. It's you know, hey, I would like to tell the story of what happened here. You know, I'm with the media. This is why I do it. You know, would you please talk to me, kind of thing. And then these people are willing to do it, you know, because they want to tell people what happened. You know, they want to talk about the experience they had. And I think that's a good thing. What grinds my gears is when you get these stringers, these freelancers that just walk up to somebody's house and start videotaping it. They're like, LOL, I'm going to make so much money off your videotaped house, and this is going to be on the news. It's like, fuck you. You know, the proper way to do that is, hey, you know, I'm a storm chaser. Are you okay? Oh, wow, I'm so glad you're okay. Like, you know, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. But in the meantime, you know, would you be willing to talk to me about what happened, you know? And that's fine. And if they say no, let them say no. But I've actually never met, and I've done that a few times, where I've never met somebody that said no, because they usually want to talk. But I tell you what people hate is when you don't ask and you just start doing it. That pisses them off. Because then you're an enemy, but if you become their friend, they're willing to talk to you. Like, it's like after that tornado in Lincoln back in April, that tornado outbreak, when, you know, I was in that subdivision, and we were, you know, everybody was all right. You know, I had the live stream going, and it didn't work out because it started raining, but there was a couple, we were trying to look through their tornado debris to find their whatever we could before it started raining, to save whatever we could, like family photos and dolls and blankets and shit. We actually found pretty much everything they were looking for, but I was actually, you know, they asked me, like, where the hell did you come from? Like, oh, I'm a storm chase, you know, I live stream and all this, and I didn't want to ask, but I kind of wanted to bring them on stream for a minute, because I was really impressed by the fact that they just had their house destroyed and they were more concerned with making sure their neighbors had their stuff taken care of. You know, I kind of wanted to show that story, but I was like, you know, like, I hate to ask this, but feel free to say no, but would you mind if I, like, put you on my live stream and you just tell people, like, what's going on here? They're like, oh, of course. And we didn't do it because we got rained out. But it's just, you know, their eyes, you know, they were excited because they want, you know, to them, it was like people were paying attention to help them. You know, it wasn't just somebody sticking a camera in their face and saying, oh, look at these miserable people. It was, hey, you know, let's talk about these people and what they were just through. And, you know, because this was the couple that was walking around trying to find, you know, their neighbors' chickens and stuff. And, you know, they were trying to help other people. And it's like, you know, there are good people out there. It's just, I just get so tired of that, you know, or these multimedia journalists and stuff, they go stick cameras in people's faces, and they're like, well, it is freedom of speech, it is my right, freedom of the press. It's like, you know what, it is your right, but just because it's your right doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. Like, you're still an asshole. And sometimes doing the right thing is more important than being legally right. That's just my 2 cents. I tell you though, some people think that, you know, the whole live streaming thing is just bullshit, but I'll never forget in Silver City, one of the very, very injured people that I came across knew who it was, and was actually watching with the Radar Omega app, and part of what I was thinking at the time was like, well, if you were fucking watching, why the hell were you here? But to be fair, where the hell were they going to go? They all live in trailers. They didn't have storm shelters. No, they should, but it's not their fault for not. You know, don't make them bad people. But of course, I didn't ask, well, why the hell didn't you leave? Well, you know, it's pretty shitty. But that was the first thing I thought, though. But I will never forget that. It was me and this cop walk into this back room of this trailer house, and she's in real rough shape, and this cop had no medical training or whatever. He introduced me, and he's like, hey, this is my new friend Vince, you know, he's an EMT, he's gonna help you, and I'm gonna help him help you. And she's just staring at me, and she goes, I was just watching you 10 minutes ago. And I kind of look at the cop and I look at her and I'm like, no, ma'am, I just got here. And I thought she was just out of it. She's like, no, you're in the radar Omega thing. Or no, well, she called it Omega. Everybody always calls it Omega range. She's like, you're in the Omega radar. And I'm just like, yeah, that was me. I'm just like, you've got to be shitting me. And like the first thing I thought is, well, you should have fucking left. But it wasn't her fault for not leaving. I mean, it's not. But, you know, so for anybody to say that, you know, the live streaming doesn't provide a public service is crocked. Because it does. Because that lady was severe. I'm not going to talk about her injuries out of respect. Maybe she's watching today, I don't know. But she was severely injured. And the guy she's watching and, you know, tell her about the tornado that's coming, shows up and walks into her house. Broke into her trailer through the wall that wasn't existing anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not crocked. You know, this ground truth reporting does help you. If she had a basement, I'm sure she would have been in it. Or if she had a storm shelter, I'm sure she would have been in it. You know, so it does spread the word. People that are about to get hit by these tornadoes do watch. Talking to Daniel last night, which was quite entertaining. But one of the people that I always appreciate, you know, whether April, May, or June, if we come up on damage or a car accident, you know, the first person to stop is Daniel. He is the just out of instinct, you know, when I came up on like rolling forward, even though I knew that, well, Silver City, I knew he wasn't here. But my first thought was, where the fuck is Daniel? And where, you know, my first instinct was, where the hell is this guy? Get him here. It's like, well, he's not in the freaking country. But it's like, you know, when you do this long enough, you find out the people that are capable of helping. And like, that's your first instinct. Like, where are these people and are they here? It's just, I don't know, guys. There's a lot of, you drive 100 to 150,000 miles a year videotaping damaging weather. You're going to come across bad things from time to time. And while it is not a requirement for a storm chaser or a media journalist or whatever to stop and help, I firmly believe it is ethically wrong for them to not stop and help. And I will take that I'll say that proudly, you know, because I feel like when you do this job, while you are not legally required to stop and help, you know, you are kind of morally required to make some sort of an effort. I think. Even if you don't know, even if you have no medical training, you can still sit and stop and help somebody within what you're able to do, you know? That's why I get so, like, fed up with what storm chasing is becoming. It's just a, oh, look at me, look at me, look at me show. That's all it is. You go on Twitter right now, and I bet there's 30 storm chasers doing something in the snow. Oh, look at me, look at me, look at me. I feel like people are forgetting the reason that we're all supposed to be out here. We're not supposed to be out here to say, look at me. It's, hey, look at this pretty cloud in the skies. Hey, let's share this experience with our audience. Not, oh, look at me. You know, it's a lost art. You know, you look at, you know, like the Simon Brewers and, you know, the Pecos Hanks and the Daniel Shaws and the Michael Binskys and stuff. These people that have, you know, that are known for telling, you know, stories around weather and storm chasing. And I don't see much new blood coming in to complement them at all. It's all, you don't see that style of journalism much anymore. You know, obviously I live stream, so I don't make videos. I don't do that. But I firmly believe that the most important thing out here, storm chasing, is to show the audience what's going on. You know, make you guys feel like you're out here. Not make this a, oh, look at me, look at me, look at me. And there's a lot of good chasers out here that are good at this, but there's a lot of them that have come up recently, and it's just really disappointing to me. And that's why I take it personal, because when I started doing this, that type of chaser wasn't really out here. It was more respectful people, and it's almost like people just aren't respectful anymore. You know? And it's sad. It really is. You know, I used to think that anybody who knows who Warren Family is basically like the first storm chaser to make a career out of it ever. Old dude. Lives out in Arizona. I tell you what, I used to think that guy was nuts. Because he's always talking about what a crock of shit storm chasing is anymore and how it's all broken because of these damn kids. And I always just thought he was a crazy old man, and I'm like, God, what's this guy's problem? And now I'm realizing I am becoming Warren Family. And I'm honestly starting to realize that he's not a crazy old man. He's 100% right about everything he says, and I need to listen to everything he says. Because he's right. It's a crock of shit out here. Maybe we need to, I don't know, get Warren Family on the podcast here. I don't know. But he's one of the people that you gotta have respect for, because he doesn't do this shit for views. You know, he's out here telling his stories. You know, he's big into photography and like making articles and stuff about pictures. You know, really going in depth with certain chases. Really nice guy, and he's an EMT, and he'll stop and help. First person to stop and help. You know, so I wish there were more people like that. I wish there were more Warrens, more Daniels, more Jeff Petrowskis. You know, people like that. You know, like Jeff Petrowski. That guy is not an EMT. He's just an old guy that talks really fast. You know, and gets a little excited about every single thing. And you know what? That's awesome. But you know, he'll be the first person to stop and help somebody. And actually help them. Not just tweet about it. And you know, I wish we had more of these people out here. Because if we had more people with that mentality, this storm chasing thing would probably be way more respected than it is. Because it's kind of seen as a joke, but then, you know, you actually look at these other people that, you know, the Daniels, the Hanks, the Warrens, the Petrowskis, you know, so on and so forth. And it's like, I wish there were more of those people. And I look at it as somebody who's fed up with these damn kids. I look at it as, well, shit, these are the people I want to be friends with, not these other jokers. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know, I get so excited when I run across Petrowski, or I run across Hank, or Daniel, or Olbinski. You know, it's like, I get excited because it's like, holy shit, somebody, look at a friend that's not out here to show off, and is like out here for the same mission statement that I am. Like, I get so excited about that. It's like, holy crap, somebody that exists, somebody that's breathing, I can talk to. Just, it's nice, because I feel like I can't relate to a lot of people out here, because I take this very seriously. Like, when there's tornadoes flying around, you know, the most important thing is the safety of the public. But I get so frustrated when some people get that mentality of, and I'm not singling anybody out, I'm just saying that some people get this mentality of, well, the order of operation or the order of priority is social media and then public safety. No, it's public safety first, not trying to look cool. You know? I hate that. I don't relate to it very well, guys. You know, I don't relate. I have a hard time hanging out with that stuff. I have a hard time communicating when people are just too, I don't think self-centered is the word. I think a lot of them don't mean any harm. But it's just like these people, some of these people get so wrapped up in themselves that they forget that they're actually making an impact, and their actions do affect other people. And their lack of action affects other people. You might be one of the first 3 or 4 people into a tornado damaged area. The first thing you should do is not pick up your cell phone, is not pick up your camera. I mean, unless it's to call for help. You know, it's not, oh, I got to tweet about this, or I got to call someone. No. Put that shit down. You know, if you have to call for help, okay, I get that. Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I've witnessed people get on scene of a major tornado damage and just start tweeting. I'm like, get off Twitter. Twitter is not the ambulance. Twitter is not coming to help you. Like, to me, that's just farming for views. It's like, oh, I gotta tell everybody what a hero I am. It's like, shut up. Meanwhile, there's people begging for your help. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I've really self-isolated out here lately, guys. I'm having a hard time realizing that this is not the community I thought it was. It's sad. It's honestly sad. You know, imagine you guys work really hard for something and put every bit of blood, sweat, and tears you have into it, and then you find out that a lot of the community is kind of crocked. Like, it's kind of where I'm at right now, and it's really, it's honest to God depressing, people. It is seriously depressing. And it's funny, and I'm not going to say names because I don't want this to turn into like, oh, you're just using other people's names for credibility. I'm not. But we got some of you guys are friends, and some of you guys that read between the lines and the people that probably can know. One of our friends that's kind of a Wild West cowboy on YouTube, Storm Chaser, well respected. You guys know him, but. Sat down for breakfast with this guy. I have a huge amount of respect for this guy. He's out here for the right reasons. Love talking to him. We were talking 2 months ago in Texas at breakfast about how we're kind of sick of like the whole social media thing. Like, we feel like there's just a bunch of people running around like acting like goofballs, and it's like this is a craft that we want to be respected. Now it's kind of frustrating. It's like, that made me feel a lot better because it's like, okay, so it's not just me thinking this. Like, there are other people, and then it's other respected people who do this that think the same. And then a couple of days later, I actually ran into another person that fits into that category, and I was like, hey, this is going to be a weird question, but I was talking about this with so-and-so the other day, and, just be honest. I'm like, do you feel like we are kind of we're becoming a lost art? Because this is just becoming a fuck around fest. And he cut me off before I could even finish my sentence. He goes, yes. I'm like, really? And he goes, yes. And the more that we talk about it, the better. He goes, because it really depresses me. And I was like, really? Because that's the same word that I use. He's like, yeah. He goes, I get really depressed about it. Yeah, that guy cut that fucking truck off. What an idiot. And I'm like, wow. So that's several of us that are using the same word, depressed, about seeing this. So it's not just me. So some of us collectively came up with a plan on how we're going to deal with this. We're just going to block shitty people on Twitter and not have to look at their crap. And we think that after a couple of, maybe a year or two, a lot of these people are just going to like fade into the distance, fade out. Because making all of your money off of super chats and PayPal and Cash App and shit, because you're just glorifying yourself, is not going to last forever. It's just it's a short fuse, quick thing. Might last 3, 4, 5 years, and then it's going to go out. This breed is just going to kind of self-extinguish here because it's just not going to work out. And I think it's going to eventually go back to being an art. Chasing is going to eventually go back to being an art. I think it's got to go through this phase. I think Yeah, that truck was hogging at that asshole to cut him off. I think it's important to have these talks because a lot of people that are new to the channel don't have any idea what this channel stands for. I have very firm beliefs with this stuff. Social hour. Like, I don't go to the Storm Chasers guys, one of the big reasons I don't go is because one of the organizers thinks he's a cop or something. He's just always up our ass for everything we do out here. And your amber lights are illegal. Well, but they're actually not amber. They're white, red, fucking green, all sorts of colors, but whatever. Like, I really don't care if you think it's illegal. I'm on the side of the road, and I'm not going to get rear-ended, you know. I'm on the side of the road helping an old lady change a tire, so I'm not going to get killed. So you want to go get off your high horse, that'd be great. I just don't support the, because it's not just young kids, it's some of these adults. I just don't support the constant nitpicking about stuff. I just don't want to, honestly, some of these storm chasers that go to these conventions, not all of them, but some of these kids guys are just downright nasty. Like that damn, you got these, I'm sorry to name drop, but it's this fucking Jordan Hall kid always just, you guys have seen the tweets, and all that's going to happen is this guy's going to go and he's going to be put on a pedestal, and all this guy does is attack me on Twitter. And it's like when that Michael guy went after me because he didn't think I appropriately helped anybody after that tornado near Abilene. Well, there was baseball-sized hail falling on me. I tweeted back to this Michael guy, I'm like, buddy, you weren't there, get off your high horse. There was baseball-sized hail. I got out of the baseball-sized hail and went back in. I can't help anybody if I get hit on the head by baseball-sized hail. And this Jordan's all over, oh, you're such a piece of shit. I screenshotted the tweet where he literally referred to me as a piece of shit. But meanwhile, this guy still has a job. I can't believe it. But it's like, I just, those are the people, I don't want to be around these people. I don't want to. And it's not, I'm not singling that kid out. It's just, that's what some of these people are. They're toxic, nasty, mean jerks. And you know what the common denominator is? They're all under 25. It's like it's like they haven't gotten out of puberty yet to understand that that's not how you behave. You know what? I'm a full believer when somebody's being an asshole, you can tell them to F off. I get it, guys. I get it. But you can't just go out there because you don't like someone and be like, you piece of shit. You know, you don't help anybody. You're all out there for money. Like, shut up. Like, you fucking rotten little asshole. You know, and I'm pretty sure that was my response, too. But it's like, and then, you know, I get the people that are like, oh, ignore that. Now, I ignore trolls, but people that are legitimately deconstructive and destructive like that, they get the attention because they deserve to get told off. It's the harmless trolls that get ignored. That's why I just don't do these groups, guys, because I've seen this happen all the damn time. You know, these people come up to you, they're super nice to your face, they leave, and then they talk bad about you. And you know what? I've got some good friends out here. You guys can tell who they are. There's some good people out here who aren't like that. And those are my friends. I don't do these big meetups, and it's nothing against the meetups. I self-isolate anymore. I don't want to be around the groups because I've been burned so many times I don't trust anybody. You know, well, I do, but it's just a lot of them I don't. You know, and that was actually advice that was given to me when I was very young in this career by some very smart people, and I should have taken it sooner. It's sad because there's this other kid. I don't know if anybody knows that Tyler Curtis kid. I don't know if I should call him a kid or not. I don't know if he's 18 years old or 38 years old. I've got no idea. But this Tyler Curtis kid, you know what? That guy was all over Facebook, YouTube, trying to be a career storm chaser for the past like year and a half. And I saw that kid trying hard, and you know what? I saw that kid making a lot of mistakes. You know, the way that he's doing stuff, not mistakes like mistakes like I saw why that kid wasn't going to succeed the way he was doing it. But at the same time, the kid's got no money, no background. Like, you can't tell him to correct something. Hold on. But it's like you can't say, hey dude, I see the problem. Your stream quality sucks. You need to go buy a better encoder. I mean, you can't just go tell someone you don't have a pot to piss in, hey, go spend $3,600. on an encode. That's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw a kid trying, and maybe making some mistakes with stuff, but it's like, the kid was out consistently. The kid wasn't all over social media saying, hey, look at me. The kid's a good photographer. He just wasn't able to, he had all the tools. He just wasn't able to put if career storm chasing is the metaphorical birdhouse, he had the hammer, the nails, the glue, and the boards, and the saw. He just couldn't put it together into the birdhouse. And it was really sad. Really sad because he made this post on Facebook. He's like, guys, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I have to go back to full-time job. It kind of made me feel bad because it's like, that sucks because, you know what? A lot of chasers bitch about that guy because they think he's stupid or whatever. I'm sorry. I'll just be honest with you. They talk a lot of shit about this guy. And just because he's different, I don't know. But you know what? The kid, he had the skills. It's just maybe didn't get the right guidance when he started or whatever. I don't know. But it's sad because it's like, well, there went a good one. He probably would have been a good one. You know, I hope that he can get to the point where that, he wasn't a friend of mine. I've talked to him maybe twice at a gas station in my life. But I knew who he was. It's like, well, that sucks because I thought someday he was going to be a good one. And it's just sad. And then you see people out here mooching and just milking the system and being mean and asshole. I'll take that back. It's okay to be an asshole when you have a reason to be. But you got people out here just being bullies. And they're either being bullies or fake. And they're just raking in the cash. And it's like, what about these people out here? Like, I feel bad because, like I said, and I'll say that if somebody out here is a fan of Tyler, you can tell him I said the same thing. I don't care. It's too bad. Because you know what? I have a paid opportunity for him, probably, if he can get his shit back together and be able to be out here consistent enough that he can do it. Because I'm dead serious. Like, you look at people like that, and he had to scrap his truck to have enough money to make it home to Kansas after a chase, and had to quit. Like, for fuck's sake, you know what? There's a little bit of perseverance involved in that. And nobody respected that. I think his audience respected it. But a lot of chasers are just like, haha, what a loser. And I heard it and I saw it. And I'm just like, that's kind of shitty. Because, you can't fault somebody for trying. And he was trying. It's not like he was being lazy. I mean, he was trying. He was trying to do everything he could. He was trying to innovate, trying to cut costs. And it's like, it's just sad because you see this. It's like, why is it always that the good people struggle the most, but the people that fucking, I'm sorry, gravy their way through life get shit handed to them? It's so freaking annoying. I hate it. I freaking hate it. But the good news is, the people that tried their damnedest and did their best work possible, someday when they die, at least they die knowing that they didn't schmooze the system. I don't know, I guess that's a good thing, right? But there's been a couple of other people who have really made attempts at this. I don't know the end. I have people that come to me for advice all the time. People that have been very rude and nasty to me, I tell them to just piss off. But people, like, you can tell when somebody has potential. Like, when somebody comes to me and talks to me about how the hell to do this and make it work, I'm a pretty good judge if they're a good person. If they're a good person, my biggest advice to them always is like, don't blow your money. You don't need a fancy camera. You don't need a fancy encoder. You don't need fancy Starlink. You don't need any of that shit. You just need a phone with an internet connection and an audience. And that's all you need to start. And you can go from there. I think a lot of people they blow their wad on fancy equipment and then they don't have any money left to chase. And I can see why they do it. It's not the equipment, it's the streamer, and it's also the audience, But there's been some good people out here that, they ask me for help, and it's like, guys, I really don't know the answer, though. Like, there's no secret sauce to make this work. I I kind of got lucky, guys. If anybody's interested to know, basically how this all worked was I said fuck you to the guy at the ambulance company because his wife treated me like shit. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have to make money chasing storms. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it. And Nikki and I both busted our ass. You know, she busted her ass at work so that we didn't go in the negative. And I busted my ass trying to figure out how the fuck to do this. You know, like, the two of us busted our ass to make it work, and eventually, you know, she doesn't have to have a job now. She doesn't have to. She could if she wants one, but she doesn't have to. And, you know, she busted her ass and got us here. And, you know, we worked hard to get here. This wasn't easy, but basically how this happened is that, you know, we did all that. And I was starting to make a little bit of money. Not profiting, but I was making a little bit of money. And that tropical storm came up. And Ryan Hall, and you know what? Ryan and I have our disagreements with shit. But I think Ryan and I have both learned a lot about this industry over the past few years. And I think we probably agree on more than we disagree with. But, you know, Ryan got a hold of me and he's like, hey, long story short, he's like, you're the only storm chaser that actually fucking streams this stuff. Like, consistently. He's like, can I pay you to, like, talk to me during this hurricane or this tropical storm? Or no, it was Idalia. Or no, Ida. Hurricane Ida. And I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? So he's like, I don't really have any money, but I got like $300. I can give you $300. I'm like, dude, I don't even care about the money. Like, let's just have fun. And I think both of us had a shit ton of fun because, like, we were doing these live hits on Discord and it wasn't working, but it was fun. Like, his audience liked it, my audience liked it. You know, we had fun. You know, him and I actually enjoyed that live stream. It was probably one of the most enjoyable live streams I ever had. Just like, because we were screwing around and I'm out there getting hit in the face with wind, and he's back there like laughing his ass off because shit's flying around. I'm almost getting hit by boards and shit. Like, we had fun. And, you know, at the end of the day, he's like, well, I have a little more money. Here's $400. I'm like, okay, man, like, that's fine. And, like, we sat down and we talked, and we're like, you know what? Let's do this. So then we started working together, and then we got Reed. And, you know, some of the most fun I had was the Ryan Hall era. Honestly, where it went downhill was when others got involved. And I just think that it kind of upset the balance of everything there. And I'm not speaking for Ryan, but I think there may be a mutual agreement there, honestly. But we did have some fun. And that was kind of the period in my life where I took some cash from Ryan, voluntarily, obviously. You know, I took some money. You know, I gave him some content. You know, we had fun, went to dinner at the end of the day, kind of thing. And it wasn't anything any more formal than that. But that was kind of right around the era where this became something I knew that I could profit off of. And then, you know, we started partnering with like Radar Omega and stuff like that. That's kind of where the route that I took to get here. There was no secret sauce. Like, I would still be here if it wasn't for any of these partnering people. But it would have been a hell of a lot different route that I would have taken to get here. There was no secret sauce. It's not like I started making viral videos on YouTube and hit the auto. I got a little bit lucky. I got a little bit lucky that at the time YouTube seemed to really like my channel and was just really promoting it very well. But I don't know, guys, and you know what? I'll go out and say this, and I'll say this right to his face because he's probably watching. You know, Ryan takes a lot of grief from people because they think he's all clickbait and stuff. You know, he did some stuff there a couple years ago that was kind of clickbait. You guys got to understand, there was no intent for harm. He's just a hillbilly in Kentucky that likes to talk about clouds. He was just trying to make it on YouTube. He wasn't like, fuck these people. I'm going to tell them 4 feet of snow is coming for Chicago and they're going to watch my video. Stupid people. There was none of that. He thought he was doing the right thing, and he kind of was, kind of wasn't. You know, there was no conspiracy to take over the weather industry. Like, that's all a crock. The guy's not an evil piece of shit. But what I do think is funny, all the little storm chasers that he has working for him. Now, not all of them, but a lot of them are people that talk really, really mad shit behind his back. And I think that's kind of funny. Like, those people talk terrible shit about him behind his back, but then they go take a paycheck from him. I'm like, wow, that's really shitty. I don't know, maybe we need to flip the script. I'll just start a weather radar breakdown channel, and then we'll flip it. We'll hire Ryan to be the storm chaser, and I'll be the weather radar guy. And he can borrow my car, and we'll send Ryan out instead of me. But no, I actually don't have a problem with it. You know, the thing is, I do miss what we did, because him and we had a lot of fun when we were. I'll never forget this time. We were down in Alabama, and it was just me and Ryan streaming. And, you know, this was when he had like 30,000 subscribers. Well, maybe 60, 70,000 subscribers. I didn't have shit either. We were just two guys driving around and shit. You know, it was a tornado warning or whatever, and I don't remember exactly how it went, but there was a confirmed, you know, large destructive tornado coming for me. He's just like, you know, there's a very large debris ball, like a mile wide on radar, and it's coming right for you. And I'm just like, oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it would appear there's a large tornado about, you know, 5 miles south of me. And he's like, are you gonna move? I'm just like, no, I'm actually gonna stay here and see if I can see the tornado. And he's just like, I knew there was gonna be a reaction, so I just pull up his live stream, and he's just like, got this like washed out look on his face. He's like, well, remember, he knows what he's doing. I'm just like, yeah, you probably thought I was serious, but like, you know, we used to fuck around and do shit. I don't know. I miss times like that. I miss times when storm chasing was simpler, when you didn't have all these idiot movies running around out here like dumbasses. And I don't know. Someday it'll get back to that. But it's been a fun several years, guys. It really has. And I appreciate all of you. Like, I see people in the chat on days like this that I've seen for years, and it makes me happy that we have returning audience people. So one of these days, I'm going to do a financial breakdown too, where we're actually going to look at, after I file my taxes, we're going to look at, after I confirm my taxes are correct, so I don't get freaking screwed by the IRS. But we're going to actually sit down and look at like my YouTube income and strategy and everything. And we're going to be open about it and discuss it, because I really think a lot of people have no idea the costs associated with what I do. Like, you can make $20,000 a month on YouTube, which, I'll be honest with you guys, I've made $20,000 a month on YouTube. You know, make $20,000 a month on YouTube. Guys, $3,000 a month in gas, $2,500 a month in hotels, $2,500 a month in data costs, $1,500 in Amazon Web Services costs. Then on top of that, you've got your services you have to subscribe to for your transcoders and all this stuff. You've got equipment breakdowns and stuff. $20,000 is gone before you know it. You might keep $2,000 to $3,000 out of that. This is not a cheap thing to do. So, you know, when you think, wow, these YouTubers make a lot of money, not necessarily. Just because they have a lot of income does not mean they have a lot of money. Let's take a hypothetical here. Let's say Johnny makes $100,000 a year, but he runs a lawn care business. It costs him $75,000 a year to pay his employees and pay for his business expenses. Well, at the end of the year, Johnny has $25,000. He didn't make $100,000. He made $25,000. He's not rich. Well, $100,000 doesn't make you rich, but you know what I mean. That is a concept that gets skipped over a lot. And I see that on social media where some some chasers will be like, oh, it must be nice for you guys to have all this money. And it's like, oh, all this money? Do you see what I'm driving around? I'm driving a car with 107,000 miles on it. You know, I've got a Tahoe that needs an engine that doesn't have an engine in it yet. Like, what do you mean all this money? If I had all this money, we'd be driving new cars around. You know what I mean? It's like you just don't get it. But that's why I always tell people, if you're gonna be a content creator, you gotta understand it is a business. There's so many hidden costs that you can't do anything about. You know, I can't do anything about the price of gas or hotels and stuff. You just have to eat it, and it's really hard to make it work sometimes. You gotta get really creative with stuff. That's where I'm at. You know, I am the guy that really doesn't care to open his mouth about this stuff. If it harms me in the long run, so be it. But at least I know I was here for the right reason. Disclaimer out there because there's going to be some redneck Randy that comments on this stream later. All you did was bitch. This is not bitching. This is disgusting. Bitching would be like, oh, I'm so broke. I can't even afford gas. I'm so broke. That would be bitching. True, but bitching. Folks, I am going to get out of here. That was kind of fun. Hell of a discussion. Probably should have just done that for members, but whatever. So, I'm gonna go home. I am going to go home and get prepared for the next couple of days. You were all able to ride along. seeing a lot on social media, a lot of screenshots of like ice potential with this winter storm. I haven't looked at anything, guys. I don't know if this is more of this like people just sharing one model run, or if we're looking at a legitimate icing potential. So I'm gonna make a members only post at some point tonight with just some preliminary data, and then tomorrow I'll put out more of a full public forecast for it. Because I don't know. I mean, if we're looking at potential icing with this winter storm coming up, we could have some serious problems. So if you live in the area that's kind of in the hype zone for the winter weather coming up, I guess, you know, don't panic, but I guess I would maybe be prepared for some travel problems here for a couple of days. So I would tell you, you know, I guess get your facts straight and make a plan accordingly. But I would tell you what's going to happen. I don't know. I haven't really looked, but I've been seeing a lot of some screenshots of like icing accumulation. And I don't just mean like one or two here or there, but it seems to be something a lot of people have been talking about. So, you know, winter storms are winter storms. You know, snow is not that big of a deal, but when it comes to ice, it is a big deal, because that's what brings power outages and car wrecks everywhere and all sorts of infrastructure problems. So, really got to watch the icing potential. I'm hoping for a snowstorm, not an ice storm. I think ice storms are cool, but yeah, they're hard to cover. You know, I like when we get ice storms at home because I can watch them from my yard, but I don't like being out in the middle of nowhere covering an ice storm. You feel so helpless because you can't really go anywhere. So see you next time, folks. Take care. Sorry I don't have any more information on the winter storm, but have a good night. Bye. Don't know how to end this. What the? Sorry, I'm malfunctioning here again.